The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, good afternoon, bon après-midi. This is just a reminder that there's no recording allowed in the room. Il n'y a pas d'enregistrement qui est permis. It is all live streamed, so it's available to everyone. But I mentioned it last week, and I mention it again, and if there's a failure to cooperate, I'm afraid we're going to have to exclude people who are not cooperating. So just a reminder, please, no recording of the proceedings in the room. Okay, so with that brief comment, is the Convoy organizers, is this a convenient time? Okay. Well, let's see the product.
Deliver. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is an entity that represents the protesters that attended in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. And thank you for coming here today, sir. Sir, I just want to begin dealing with the issue with respect to the agreement that then went awry on February 14th and 15th and 16th, okay? So I first want to put to you a statement from one of your colleagues, Mr. Arpin, and I want to ask you if that is an accurate understanding of what he said. And I'm doing this to be fair to you because he's testifying next, right? So as I understand it, this is Mr. Arpin's evidence on that point, is that on February 12th, 2022, an agreement was reached with the protesters who promised to remove 75% of the trucks from residential areas. Mr. Arpin had several conversations with Mr. French, including an in-person meeting to finalize the details of the agreement. Mr. Arpin spoke only with Mr. French and held no discussions with protesters. The mayor did not take part in the discussions between Mr. French and Mr. Arpin. Per the agreement, some vehicles would be relocated to Wellington Street. The city's understanding was that some protesters wanted to leave entirely and the others would relocate to sites outside the city, in brackets, for instance, Vanklick Hill, close brackets. According to the city, it was understood that the agreement was not a permanent solution, but it was nevertheless considered a short-term victory for residents overwhelmed by the protests. On February 13th, 2022, some senior members of the Ottawa Police Service, including Chief Peter Slolly, Deputy Chief Steve Bell, and Superintendent Rob Drummond, were advised of the content of the agreement. They shared no concern about the plan. Furthermore, during the meeting with some senior OPS members, they stated that the agreement could ease tensions with the protesters and increase the police's capacity to respond, since they would have a smaller footprint to manage. Also, it was Mr. Arpin's understanding that the Superintendent Drummond took part in a meeting where he was involved in elaborating the plan's details with Mr. K, if I'll call you that, I'll butcher pronouncing it. A meeting in which Mr. Arpin was not involved. According to Mr. Arpin, there was no doubt that Deputy Chief Bell and Superintendent Drummond were aware that a number of vehicles would be added to Wellington Street. Chief Slolly was advised of the agreement during a meeting whose attendees included Kim Ayotte, General Manager of the city's Emergency and Protective Services, and Mr. K. He also received by email a copy of the letter from Mayor Watson to the Convoy organizers confirming the agreement. The agreement was announced to council members that day. On February 14th, 2022, the protesters began moving the trucks with the support of OPS. In the afternoon, according to information provided to Mr. Arpin and for reasons unknown to him, the OPS ended the operation. It was his understanding that approximately 102 vehicles, in brackets, roughly 25% of the vehicles, had been moved in the meantime, including approximately 40 heavy trucks. Is that correct?
May I ask what you're reading from? Because I missed that part at the beginning. If you said it, my apologies.
It's your colleague, Mr. Arpin's statement.
Oh, his statement.
That's what he said happened.
Sorry, I think we might have to take this fact by fact. That was a fairly long read to ask whether the witness agrees with whether that entire description is correct.
Sure.
In addition to that, Mr. Commissioner, I just point out that Mr. Miller is seeking to ask a question about a statement of a witness who hasn't testified yet, and leave needs to be sought to question on that statement.
I'm not going to question you about it. I just wanted to know whether or not it's accurate. I have to put it to you in order to make sure that I'm fair to you. And so I can break it down.
I think that comes pretty close to questioning
Yeah.
on it. You're asking him to confirm that
Right.
information. So perhaps we can go at it in a different way, and you can put to him questions about certain facts, and does he agree with that, and go at it one
Okay.
sort of block at a time without reference to the memo, because in the end, he can't confirm what Mr.
Right.
Arpin said or didn't say, and he'll be up, if all goes well, pretty soon.
Right. So, Mr. Kay, on February 12th, 2022, there was an agreement reached with the protesters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that agreement, they promised to move 75% of the trucks from the residential areas?
I don't recall the specific 75% of the trucks, but so I can't confirm that.
Okay. And per the agreement, some of the vehicles were to be relocated to Wellington Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that some of the protesters wanted to leave entirely as well?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that others were going to relocate to sites outside the city?
That's what we were told.
Yep. And according to the city, it understood the agreement was not a permanent solution,
That's correct.
but the city can nevertheless consider it a short-term victory for residents overwhelmed by protests.
Yes.
Right. And so on February 13th, 2022, there was a meeting between members of the Ottawa Police Service, including Chief Peter Sully, Deputy Chief Bell, and Superintendent Rod Drummond, and they were advised of the content of the agreement. You're aware of that?
I'm not sure that Superintendent Drummond was on that call because he didn't get assigned till after 3:30 that day when I emailed Chief Slowly asking for a representative from police. I believe who was on the call was Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, Deputy Chief, then Deputy Chief Bell, Chief Slowly, myself, and Kim Ayotte.
But is it fair to say that none of the Ontario Police Service members on the call shared concerns about the plan?
Chief Slowly did share some concerns about the plan for my operational capacity to be able to affect the plan, as
Okay.
I stated earlier.
But they did state, the OPS members that were present did state that the agreement could ease tensions. Is that right?
Yes.
And by carrying out the agreement, it could also increase the police's capacity to respond.
Yes.
So is there any doubt at all that Deputy Chief Bell knew about this agreement?
No, he knew about the agreement.
And even though he may not have been there, Superintendent Drummond eventually found out about the agreement that day. Is that fair?
He would have been briefed up, I would assume, after he was assigned or before he was assigned, yes.
Right. And Superintendent Drummond never raised any concern with you with respect to that agreement?
No.
So it's true that on February 14th, 2022, the protesters began to move the trucks with the support of OPS. Is that right?
They did that Monday morning, they started, yes.
Right. And is it not true that it was OPS who ended the operation?
Yes.
Right. So it was not the protesters or the truckers who didn't follow through with the deal. They were stopped by OPS from following through with it. Isn't that correct?
Well, not exactly. There were two aspects to it. There were also people parked in the street who were refusing to move their vehicles. So they weren't accepting the deal as part of the deal. And Ottawa Police eventually stopped it, and that's a question for them. But there were people who refused to participate in the deal on the street.
Right. And so wasn't there approximately 102 vehicles moved, roughly 25%, and they had moved in the meantime approximately 40 heavy trucks? Is that not correct?
Well, as I said earlier, that number is in dispute. I had heard 40 trucks and possibly up to 100 total vehicles, but I don't think that represents 25% of all the vehicles, because the heavy trucks might have been about 500. The numbers were not nailed down, and even that day on how many were moved, we couldn't get an accurate count.
Okay. So you did have dealings with Mr. Keith Wilson throughout these negotiations, is that fair?
Yes.
All right, and that included both texts and phone calls?
Yes.
All right. So if we can bring up document HRF 000133, please. And can you scroll down? Just down to the text messages, to the first, to the beginning, right there. That you scroll back up, page 2, please. Just right to the top. Okay, so, Mr. Kay, is that a set of text messages between you and Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Wilson there, he's in blue and you're in gray, is that fair?
I'm in gray, that's right.
Right.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no. So there you state, or Keith there, Mr. Wilson states to you, trucker logistics delegation of 5 persons will be arriving for a 5:30 p.m. meeting at the City Hall. Please confirm receipt. Thank you, Keith here. And you confirmed it, and you said, call me when they arrive and tell me what City Hall entrance they are at, and I will come and get them. Thank you, Keith. Steve K., right?
Yep.
So you guys met. And if we could scroll down. And that was on February 13th. And he says, will do. I have given Eva and Tom, being Eva Chipiuk and Tom Barrazo, your cell number. And you said, perfect. There was then some issues, as I understand, with some misunderstanding on social media, and you had an exchange about that.
Yes.
And that's that exchange. If you could scroll down, ma'am. And Mr. Wilson got that fixed.
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Wilson then let you know, if we can just scroll down, I think the whole thing's there too. On February 14th at 10:13 a.m., FYI, trucks are ready to be moved, but are being blocked by police. And you responded, I'm fixing that. We are allowing 10 trucks now as a sign of good faith. And he responds, thanks. Eva is heading to Chris B., being Chris Barber, to be on the ground there. And you said, okay, good. Then he stated, FYI, Tamara Lynch, former Premier Peckford, planned to hold a press conference, if you could scroll down. At 3 p.m. today, the sole and exclusive focus will be on the federal government's announcement of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. No other topics will be discussed. No comment will be made about the arrangement with the city to relocate the trucks to de-escalate pressure on the residences. And you say, thank you, this is very good to know, appreciate the heads up. And then the next day, he asked whether, that's telling you that the truckers want to move 40-plus trucks tomorrow, starting in the morning. They have room on Wellington to fit it. That would just about clear out almost all of the residential areas. And you then advise him that you're having some issues, if you could scroll down, with the Parliamentary Protection Services, and the new interim chief is engaged, and you'll know more tomorrow morning, and we'll share that with him. You then, after that, on February 16th, as I understand it, you ask him if he's available for a call, and you have a phone conversation with Mr. Wilson. Isn't that correct?
According to this, yes. I don't recall it, but yes.
Yeah. And in that phone conversation, as I understand, you apologized that the deal fell apart because of some issues arising with the Parliamentary Security Services, and that it was not the protesters' fault. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall saying that specifically because I don't have a record of it, but I remember we did have a conversation of that. I was disappointed that we couldn't move more trucks out of the neighborhood.
Right. And it's fair to say that at all times through all of this, Mr. Wilson was engaged with you and he acted in good faith with you in your mind?
He did.
And he did everything he could in his power in order to move these trucks?
He did.
Right. And these individuals tried to move their trucks under the agreement onto Wellington, and it was the OPS who didn't allow it.
Well, I don't know if it was the OPS or PPS. I'm not sure how that worked ultimately, but events had overtaken that day. As you know, by that time, Chief Slowly had resigned, and I was made aware that Ottawa Police and the other police service were getting ready to move into tactical operations. So at that point, I think that was probably the greater reason why they stopped moving trucks up on Wellington Street.
Okay. So I want to kind of take you to another point, and there's a lot of folks watching this. Part of these commissions is to get a better understanding for the general public. And so I want to kind of use your very unique background to do that. I understand just from looking at your background that you have an extensive amount of experience in policing as well as in municipal governance and general public governance generally. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. So you attended and graduated with both an undergraduate and master's degree from Carleton University,
Yes.
and you graduated with your bachelor's degree in public administration in 1982.
Yes.
You then graduated with your master's of public administration from Carleton University in 1985.
Yes.
And what I would like you to do in your own words, because a master's of public administration is actually a very important program. Can you explain for the folks at home, if people hear about what those programs are about, in your own words?
Like generally what the
Yeah.
programs are about?
Yes, those degrees, the public administration.
Well, I would say in a succinct manner that the public administration program is about understanding good governance and what the role of the public servant is in working within a governance structure.
Right. And it's fair to say that a master's of public administration is one of the primary degrees for such positions as deputy administrators, clerks of the Privy Council, et cetera, and it's quite common for individuals who hold office like that.
Yeah, it seems to be common, yes.
Yeah. And between 1985 and 1989, what did you do for employment?
Which years?
Just after you graduated from...
I was at Gloucester Police, which was pre-amalgamation policing. There were 3 police services in the area.
Okay. And that's the Gloucester Police Service, and you were there as the director, is that correct?
Yes. The event when I left, yes. Well, when we amalgamated, yes.
Yeah. And the amalgamation between that police service and with Ottawa and Nepean, that occurred in 1994, is that fair?
It went into effect January 1st, 1995.
Okay. And then it became Carleton Regional Police Service, is that right?
Ottawa Carleton Regional Police Service, yes.
Okay. And you became the Director General of the Carleton Regional Police Service.
That's correct.
And you were in that position between 1994 and the spring of 2000?
That's correct.
And can you explain what are your duties as a Director of the Police Service?
Well, as the Director General, I was on the Executive Command. It's basically a civilian deputy chief, and I was responsible for the administration of the police service for everything from finance, HR, evidence room, facilities, fleet, IT, 911. For a while, I had the court liaison function, so it was all the support functions, training, HR. So I had all the support functions that supported the operations of the police service.
Right, so you were involved in, unlike your current position, you were involved in the operation of the police service and their operations in that position?
Yes.
Okay. So can you also explain for the folks at home as well, and they may not understand, about the separation between municipalities and general executive government from the police service and how they're independent?
Yes, it's clear in the Police Services Act that the police is an independent authority reporting to the Ottawa Police Services Board or a police board. The board has defined responsibilities over the police, but not to direct the police chief operationally. And certainly the mayor, city councilors as a body or as individuals, or city administration officials cannot direct the chief of police on any matter.
Right. And so it's fair to say that police constables and the chief make all of their operational decisions, such as what to do with a protest, as well as what to do when arresting someone or if they're going to lay charges. That is all independent of any other branch of government.
Yes.
Okay. Or supposed to be.
Supposed to be, yes, but it
Right.
is.
And on January 30th, 2022, I understand you had a phone meeting with Chief Slully, and that's when he asked you about getting the injunction. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. And you had agreed to prepare to seek that injunction, but it was also agreed that the final decision was going to be with you.
Yes.
Now, after January 30th, 2022, did Chief Sully, did he say to you that, or Chief Slully, sorry, did he say to you that he no longer recommended pursuing that injunction?
No.
Were you aware that on January 31st, 2022, that Commissioner of the RCMP, Ms. Brenda Lucky, told him that he shouldn't pursue it?
At the time, no, as I stated earlier in my testimony.
Okay, and did you have any dealings as well with Ms. Brenda Lucky during these events?
Only never as individually or Commissioner Ncrcc. It was always in the group discussions with the deputy ministers themselves and us with the situational awareness and the resource requirements.
Okay. And I take it you did have several meetings, though, with the executive branch of the federal government. Is that right?
Can you please clarify what you mean by executive branch?
Prime Minister and ministers.
Never with the Prime Minister, but several ministers.
Right. And so were you kept apprised, at least by Mayor Watson, of his contact with the Prime Minister?
He informed me that he spoke to the Prime Minister and generally what they talked about, but not in any great detail.
Okay. Did he relay to you that on January 31st, 2022, that he asked for additional officers from the RCMP from the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it that you were probably not privy to this call either, but were told about it on February 3rd, 2022. Mayor Watson had a phone meeting with Minister Mediciano.
I heard about it, but I was not on the call.
And again, he reiterated his request for more officers?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And did you participate on February 3rd, 2022? There was a meeting with the representatives of GoFundMe. Do you remember that?
Yes, I didn't participate in that call.
Right. And is it not true that you talked the representatives of GoFundMe into freezing the funds for the convoy and for the protest, and they did so?
When you say you, are you referring to me specifically or city at large?
The city at large. My apologies. It was both yourself were present, Mayor Watson, and the city solicitor David Wright with some GoFundMe reps.
No, I wasn't present at that call, even though I don't know what you're referring to, but I did not participate in the calls with GoFundMe reps. I was advised of it after, and it was the city solicitor in the mayor's office that had that discussion with them.
Okay. And what was the influence for the city not getting the injunction right away after Chief Slully said to get one?
What was the influence?
What was the reason? Why didn't the city go out and get the injunction?
As I said earlier, the request was very broad. It wasn't specific. We never discussed the specifics with Chief Slully. I didn't. And we left it to the two legal teams on the police side and our city solicitor to work out what an injunction might look like in terms of scope, what evidence they were going to bring, and how it would be enforced. Those were the key issues that we were referring to. So we didn't have that information up until, well, we never did get it completely, but we were never in a position to satisfy that request until later on when we stuck to the municipal scope of operations and enforcement.
And I take it throughout your history in working in policing that you've participated in obtaining injunctions in the past, right?
No.
You've never participated in obtaining an injunction?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any understanding of how that proceeding would work?
well, in advance, I didn't have a good understanding, but I certainly have a pretty good one now, because I was working with our city solicitor, and I had lots of questions about injunctions, so it was explained to me, and I think I understand how it works.
And you had said in your evidence that one of the biggest problems that you faced was not having tow trucks.
In relation to the injunction or in relation to other
In
things?
relation to removing the protesters or getting them to leave.
Tow trucks was a tool that would be required in an integrated operational enforcement plan. On its own, tow trucks weren't of a big value with that many trucks that were there. It had to be integrated into an operational plan, and to infect the operational plan, you needed to have those tools available to you to finish it off.
Right, but you knew that the OPS and OPP had already, quite shortly after the weekend that they stayed longer than you anticipated, had already gathered the license plates, registration, et cetera, for all of those trucks, and they had them in their possession.
Yes.
Right. And so I understand the issue with tow trucks, but having all that information in their possession, and given that you were the director of police, you know what a BOLO is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So it's a be on the lookout, right? And if one were to drive a truck here, they would have a set of keys?
Yes.
Right. So no one issued a BOLO for the drivers to have them arrested and take their keys, did they?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why?
You'd have to ask the police that. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know about that as an option, wasn't something you considered when you were trying to deal with this issue?
It wasn't in my purview or my scope of operations to consider something like that. As you said earlier, that's a police scope issue in terms of how they choose to arrest or detain somebody.
Okay.
Hey, just to let you know, I think you're now on borrowed time, so.
Oh, I will just wrap this up then. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Willing to be accommodating, but
Yes,
there you
thank
go. There you are also. Okay, thank you. So next, if I could call on the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanalakis. I'm Andrea Gonzalez, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada. And I have just a few questions for you. I think I understood from your evidence this morning, but just to be clear, it's fair to say that during the period of the protests in Ottawa, there were some areas where the protest activity was more volatile and some areas where it was less. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And where the situation was more volatile, the risk to bylaw and law enforcement officers was greater.
Yes, it was.
Some areas had greater potential for violence, greater risk of weapons being present.
Yes.
And for example, are you aware that the Rideau and Sussex intersection was considered a more volatile, higher risk area?
Yes, Chief Slowly fully briefed us on that.
Right. You recall him briefing you that there was a Quebec contingent there?
Yes.
They had an aggressive stature. They were well organized, right?
Yes.
Now, we've heard a lot of evidence today about the city's injunction application, and I'd ask that document OTT 301305 be pulled up. Mr. Kanalakis, on the screen you'll see City of Ottawa and Persons Unknown application record. You're familiar with that as the application record filed by the city in support of its injunction?
Yes, generally, yes.
Generally, if we go down, I think it may be a couple of pages in. Actually, if you can go back to the next page where the index is, you're aware that Mr. Ayotte was the city's affiant. He provided the evidence in support.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then the notice of application issued February 11th. Are you familiar with that document?
I have to see it again, but I'm not.
Sure, let's just go ahead there. This is the document prepared by the city that set out the basis on which it was requesting the injunction, right?
Yes, okay, yeah, I know what you're referring to.
And from the city's perspective, the injunction was necessary at this point in time because of the extent of the bylaw infractions that were going on, right?
That's correct.
It's in the document, but I'll just summarize. The protesters' actions were interfering with the city's ability to maintain roads,
Yes,
perform snow removal,
yes,
regulate the flow of traffic,
yes,
enforce bylaws,
yes,
provide public transportation,
yes,
perform waste removal.
yes,
The document describes all of these behaviors as a public nuisance that threaten public safety, right?
yes,
And by this point, despite over 2,000 bylaw tickets having been issued, these bylaw violations were not stopping, right?
that was my point earlier, yes.
Right. And Associate Chief Justice McWatt of the Ontario Superior Court accepted the city's position, correct?
That's right.
And have you read her reasons?
I did,
You recall she described the city's evidence as overwhelming,
yes,
and she granted the injunction being sought under Section 440 of the Municipal Act, right?
yes,
And that injunction, I appreciate there were more details than this, but in a nutshell, it was an order requiring the protesters requiring the protesters to stop violating bylaws.
yes,
That injunction was granted on February 14th, right?
yes,
And that's the same day that the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act.
yes,
And on its own, the court issuing the injunction was not enough for those protesters to get in their trucks and drive home, right?
well, it's hard to determine that because we just got it, but
But my point is it needed to be enforced.
yes,
Right. And that enforcement, along with all of the other tactical enforcement measures, came within the days after February 14th, right?
yeah, yes,
That was your concern from the very beginning if the injunction was brought at the wrong time and the enforcement capacity wasn't there.
exactly.
Just a couple questions on the arrangement with protest leaders. Again, we've heard a lot about that, and I don't intend to cover what's been said. But just to be clear, in response to my friend's question, this was never intended as a long-term solution, right?
No, it was clear in the discussions we actually had with the leadership that this wasn't going to end the protest. They planned to stay. This was a relief for us, for me, when I first initiated this. It was about relieving those neighborhoods of those trucks and the noise and all the other issues that came with it.
Right. And if it had accomplished its goal of providing some relief to individuals in the residential areas, it still would not have cleared the streets of Ottawa of the trucks and the protesters.
I don't believe it would have, no.
It was contemplated within the agreement that trucks would remain on Wellington,
Yes?
on SJAM, for instance,
The ones that were there already, yes?
right, and other non-residential streets.
That's correct.
And there was, for example, no effort as part of this arrangement to remove the concerning groups from those more volatile intersections like Rideau and Sussex.
No.
And even the modest goal of helping to achieve some relief for the residents, that's something you hoped could be achieved, but you were uncertain as to whether compliance would in fact occur, right?
We were concerned whether everybody that was out there would align with the objectives that the group we met with had and whether they participate.
And in fact, as things turned out, there wasn't complete alignment, right?
There was not.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the CCLA. And they'll be on the video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, what's
Kanalakis.
CCLA? I don't know what CCLA.
Can you hear me?
CCLA is she'll introduce herself.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Kanalakis?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I am a lawyer for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. We're a nonprofit organization. I just have a few questions for you. Sorry, just give me one moment. And I'm just going to note what time it is because I know my time is limited. I just want to ask about, in your testimony when you were being questioned by Commission Counsel earlier today, you talked about the agreement that was being worked on with some of the convoy organizers. I just wanted to ask about communication of that agreement to the federal government. I think you said in your evidence that you had passed that information along to Mr. Stewart in, is it in Minister Mendicino's office? Is that right?
Yes, he's the Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada.
Okay. And so you passed along the correspondence between Ms. Litch and Mayor Watson.
I did.
And did you communicate, was that on do you recall whether that was on the 13th or the 14th when
I believe it was on the 13th, either just before it went public or when it went public, so that he had a copy of it.
Okay, thank you. And did you have discussions with anyone else, discussions or email correspondence with anyone else at the federal level about that agreement?
No, my main contact was Rob Stewart, who was the Deputy Minister. He was a liaison. It sort of formalized, but it started informally. But him and I were organizing the meetings that we were having with the other parties.
Okay, thank you. And did you have any discussions with anyone from the federal government, any of your contacts, or receive any notice before the federal government announced the decision to declare an emergency under the Federal Emergencies Act?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I think in your the witness statement that was introduced earlier, that you gave to Commission Counsel, you mentioned the Emergencies Act providing some assistance to the city, and I think the way you put it was that it discouraged people from attending and helped to shrink the size of the protests. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, so it was sort of a deterrent role in your view.
Well, it enabled the police to basically establish a control zone and limit, not add to the number of people and grow the number of people that were in that zone, which would have made the final operation much more difficult if more people started pouring into that area.
Okay. And you felt that people were discouraged from attending that area because the announcement had been made about the Emergencies Act?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kanalakis. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the Criminal Lawyers Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanalakis. My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council for Criminal Defense Lawyers. These are two organizations with a joint grant of standing. Both represent criminal defense lawyers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I only have a couple of questions relating specifically to bylaw enforcement and whether you can help us put any of the numbers we've seen in some of the documents into context. In the city's institutional report, it says that 3,182 parking tickets, so specifically parking tickets, were issued between January 28th and February 22nd. Does that sound familiar?
I saw that number, yes.
Okay, and in the city's injunction application, Mr. Ayotte swore in his affidavit that 2,000 tickets had been issued between January 28th and February 11th in relation to the demonstration. Does that sound right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
I believe that was a number that had just recently come up in questioning. And the Mr. Ayotte's affidavit also says that 1,732 of these 2,000 tickets were parking tickets. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so am I right in understanding that the other, those that are not parking tickets, but were other tickets, so 268 tickets, that these were issued for other infractions in that same 15-day period, like the illegal fireworks, fires, noise, idling, so non-parking infractions?
No, I don't have the specifics of that. I think that's better posed to Mr. Ayotte when he appears this week.
Okay. And I'll only have a couple other questions, and if it's the same answer, then I'll pose those questions to Mr. Ayotte. But my understanding from reading these documents is that the primary goal of the parking enforcement piece within the perimeter of the demonstration was to ensure that the emergency lanes were clear. Is that right?
Yes, initially that was the objective, correct.
And do you have a sense of these sort of bucket of parking tickets, do you have a sense of how many of those would have been devoted to this primary goal of keeping the emergency lane clear as opposed to other parking infractions?
I'm sorry, I don't have that available. I don't know that.
Okay. I also understand that bylaw and regulatory services received approval for an increase to the set fines for various bylaw infractions on February 8th. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's correct.
And do you have either any data or an opinion on whether these increased fines had any impact between when they were changed on February 8th and I suppose when further enforcement measures came in on February 14th?
I don't, sorry.
Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now if I could call on the City of Ottawa.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Kanellakos, we've heard about the city's emergency response structure, the EOC, the EOCG. We've heard that OPS was the lead agency on the enforcement, and we've heard about another entity, Ncrcc, National Capital Region Command Center. Can you explain a little bit what the Ncrcc is and what its role was in the response to the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, well, to answer that, you have to put it in the context of the way our incident management system is structured in the city and is best practice through the Solicitor General's guidebook on dealing with emergencies of Ontario. And effectively, you have an incident commander who deals with an incident. If the incident grows larger and that commander needs more support, you'll start scaling up your emergency operations. And what ended up happening in this situation is that you have an incident commander. The National Capital Regional Command Center then was formed because we had multiple jurisdictions and multiple law enforcement entities that were engaged in the event. And so the incident commander had the National Capital Regional Command Center as a support function to help the lead, which is Ottawa Police, be able to enact all the things they needed to enact on the ground. And flowing down from that would be command centers at Ottawa Police, command centers at City of Ottawa, which we call the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, and other organizations would have the same, which when requests came from the incident commander through the National Capital Regional Command Center, it'd go down into the for instance, City of Ottawa, the EOC, and the EOC would make sure that what they needed was actually actioned in the departments and in the service areas. And each one of those service areas stood up its own departmental command center so they can coordinate all the efforts. Because these aren't things that we do in the corner of our desk. It's a full line of accountability structure from the top, the incident commander, right to the front line.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned incident command. Who was incident command for the Freedom Convoy, just so we're clear?
Ottawa Police.
Okay. And you've mentioned the role of the Ncrcc. Thank you for that. Who sat, and I appreciate there may have been quite a few, but can you give us an idea beyond OPS and the City of Ottawa, who was embedded in or sat on Ncrcc during the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I probably don't have an exhaustive list off the top of my head, but it would have been all the police services, OPP, RCMP, the PPS would have been there. OC Transpo is there. Our public works are there. Corporate communications are there. The public works certainly was there. Traffic Management Incident Group was there. Some of the federal agencies were also represented. Some of the ministries were there. Some of the intelligence functions were also linked to the NRCC. So they had all the representatives of anybody that was actually involved or had a role in managing the event were all embedded in a coordinated fashion in that NRCC.
And I think you mentioned earlier, you made reference to Kelly Cochran, if you'll recall.
Yes.
And can you just remind us, I don't think her name's particularly important, but what her role was in the response?
Kelly Cochran was a liaison back to the EOC, our EOC, so that structure is set up so that there's a person embedded in the NRCC who links back to our command center, which is Emergency Operations Center, so there's a clear line of communication about what the requests are, what information we need to know, what they're planning, etc.
And now you mentioned earlier the EOCG provides strategic direction and looks ahead with respect to resources and staffing rotation needs and so forth. Who does the EOCG provide strategic direction to?
To the EOC. Once we get to that level of event, the EOCG, which is made up of the city department heads and the outside police, library and public health, their role is to set the policy direction and the strategic direction for our command center to be able to implement for city services effectively.
So we've described the role of the Ncrcc, EOCG, and I skipped one. Can you describe in your own words the role of the EOC in responding specifically to the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, the EOC is made up of representatives of every service area of the city, including police, and sometimes we bring in external partners. And their job is to action the requests that come from NRCC, whatever those actions are.
Thank you. And I'm just going to take you to two documents, and then that'll be it, Mr. Kanellakos. The first is OTT 30-29985. And could we scroll down to the bottom, please? Thank you. Or, well, up a little bit. Yeah, we'll start there. Perfect. Now, this is in relation to Coventry, Mr. Kanellakos. You were asked a number of questions about the use of Coventry Stadium. And this is an email from Michelle McElligott at the City of Ottawa to other individuals at the City of Ottawa. Do you know what Ms. McElligott does?
She's a program manager, I believe, in our traffic operations group.
Okay, and she writes, "Hi, Amanda, thanks for taking my call. As discussed, we are looking to obtain permission to use the RCGT parking lot." What's that?
That's the baseball stadium parking lot.
Is it the one you were referring to earlier in your testimony? For the overflow of vehicles that arrive for the trucker convoy between evening Friday, 28th of January and Sunday, January 30th. She's mentioning 2021. I think we can just assume that's a typo. This site is ideal as those who won't fit on Wellington can take a quick train ride if they so choose to demonstrate of Parliament Hill. I've spoken to Roads and they will send someone by the lot to see what type of snow clearing may be required. Thanks for your help. And can we scroll up a little bit, please? Now, there's a new individual on this chain, Regan Katz. Do you know who he is, Mr. Kanellakos?
I believe he's part of the ownership group of the Ottawa Titans.
And who are the Titans?
The professional baseball team in Ottawa.
Okay. And you've mentioned that this is the parking lot for the baseball stadium. Do the Titans own or use the stadium? What's the relationship there?
They lease the stadium from us and the parking lot.
Okay. So the chain sort of keeps coming up. Can we scroll up again? Right. And there's a list of questions. And at the top there, just a little bit higher, please. Mr. Katz finally responds. Oh, a little lower. Sorry, it's harder to do this when you have to direct someone else. Mr. Katz responds, "Amanda, sounds like this wouldn't have any negative impact on us. We have no objections to the lot being used." Now, you mentioned earlier that the Titans did express frustration with the use of the parking lot. When did that objection arise?
I'm not certain exactly, but it was probably after the first weekend as it extended and as the presence on that lot grew and it became a logistics center, basically to support the protesters. I think that's when they became very worried.
Thank you. Final document is OTT 4, and I apologize, I actually realized I have the wrong number. I have our doc ID. Ms. Tompkins, can you figure out what the control number is for doc ID OTT 401313? I apologize. Our doc ID is OTT 401313, but I need the control number. Mr. Commissioner, this is my last question, so I think I'll still be within my time allocation.
That's fine. I think you're just showing how the system works. Ultimately, I hope people are appreciating how all these documents come up and are controlled. It's obviously a lot of work behind the scenes. Much appreciated.
The doc ID number is OTT 401313. Perhaps you could just read out the control number directly.
OTT 00030030.
Thank you.
My apologies. Can you repeat the number?
Yes, it's OTT 00030030.
Thank you.
There we go. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. Mr. Kanellakos, this is a letter dated April 28th, 2022, and if we can scroll to the bottom, you'll see it's signed by Mr. Ayotte. You've told us who he is, but that you're copied on it. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Perfect. And if we can go to the top now, it's a letter addressed to Steve Bell, who at the time was interim chief of police. Now, you discussed earlier the authority that the city uses to close roads. And so I want to draw the second paragraph of this letter to your attention and then ask you to explain the approach that was taken. This letter, of course, is in respect to the Rolling Thunder Convoy, which postdates the Freedom Convoy. And so Mr. Ayotte says to Interim Chief Bell, in light of the information that the city has been provided with respect to the proposed rally, including the intelligence that OPS has shared with staff, the city remains of the view that the use of vehicles in the Rolling Thunder Ottawa 2022 rally will have a significant impact on the orderly movement of traffic in the city and could pose a serious potential for injury or damage to persons or property. As a result, in addition to traffic measures along the motorcycle route, the city and OPS have jointly agreed on the necessity of restricting vehicular traffic in the designated downtown core area. So can you just explain the approach to road closures here?
Well, the Rolling Thunder was obviously had the benefit of the learning from the protest we had in February, and at that time, we started discussing, as we were planning for that, what authorities we had to be able to close the roads. And Interim Chief Bell and myself had a conversation about exercising that authority to close the roads. We got legal opinion at that time in terms of what our authorities were, what were the actual statutes and bylaws that allowed us to do it. And Kim Ayotte was brought into the discussion, and based on the information that was shared with us by Ottawa Police with respect to what they were expecting for Rolling Thunder, we made the decision that we would create a no-go zone, basically a red zone, for the inner core to prevent vehicles from permanently taking route. So we changed, as I said, sort of the snake march example. We changed our tactics based on the learnings that we had from that event in February, and it was quite an effective strategy.
You said we created no-go zones. Who's the we in that sentence?
Well, that's Ottawa Police in collaboration with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Kanellakos. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Is there any re-examination or? Yes, go ahead.
Hi again. Very briefly, I'm going to take.
Just reintroduce yourself for the
Yes, for
public.
the record, it's Natalia Rodriguez, Commission Counsel. If I can take you to COM 693. And just briefly, you had, in response to some questions from Mr. Champ, you had indicated that the city treats parades and other types of events differently from protests. Do you recall that?
Well, they're actually the same, but we treat them differently in terms of how we prepare for them.
Okay, so I'm just going to take you to the special events on city streets bylaw. And I want to take you to the definition of special event on page 2 of the bylaw. And it's section 1K. And you'll see that there, special event includes a demonstration, parade, sports event, festival, carnival, donation station, street dance, residential block party, sidewalk sale, outdoor mass, and other like events. So a protest is a demonstration, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so under the bylaw, a protest would be included as a special event.
Yes.
And so if we go to section 2, special events permit required. And it says, no person shall participate in a special event on a highway unless such special event is carried out under the authority of a permit issued by the general manager pursuant to this bylaw. So according to the city bylaws, even protesters should be getting permits in order to participate in a demonstration, correct?
Yes, we asked them to do that, yes.
Okay. And the word there is shall, so it's not discretionary, it's they must get a permit.
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to section 5.1, which is on page 3 of the bylaw, there it is, the general manager or the chief of police. And here the general manager refers to a city manager, is that right?
The general manager, in this case, I believe, is the general manager of Public Works, who oversees our transportation and parking bylaw.
Right, so it's a city official.
That's right.
Okay. So the general manager or the chief of police may at their discretion cause to be closed one or more highways or parts of highways, and in this case, highway just means a city road, like any road, essentially, right? To pedestrians or vehicular traffic or both, and cause to be erected such ropes, barricades, and other barriers as may be needed to preserve public order and protect persons and property during the time of such special event. And so Mr. Champ had put to you that the city has a responsibility to protect the public, and you indicated that that was mainly the responsibility of the police. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And under this section here, it looks like the general manager or the chief of police, so either the city or OPS, has the authority to barricade or close roads in order to preserve that public order. Is that right?
Yes, but it's not it's very rarely, especially on a special event that's considered a demonstration, that one party, whether it's police or the city, would do it arbitrarily and unilaterally without consulting with the other, because you can't close a road without both participating.
Right, but the bylaw grants authority to both independent of each other.
Yes.
Okay. And so finally, my last question relates to a proposition that Council for the Government of Canada put to you in terms of enforcing the City of Ottawa's injunction. And the suggestion was that enforcement of the injunction came in the days after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And my question to you is, was the city's injunction ever used as a measure? Are you aware?
No, it wasn't used as a measure.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you,
Mr. Commissioner.
Steve Kay, for your contribution and for coming forward.
Thank you, sir.
So you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next witness that's being called.
Mr. Commissioner, Jean-Simon Schoenholtz, Commission Counsel. We'd like to call Steve's in my head, Serge Arpin as our next witness.
Monsieur le Commissaire.
Oui.
Voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire un...
We have the Bible or the Torah or the Quran? Please take the Bible in your hand. For the minutes, please spell your name. Serge Arpin, S-E-R-G-E-A-R-P-I-N. Do you swear that the testimony before this commission will be the truth and only the truth? So God help you God? Yes, I do. You do.
Will be in French, so there are obviously... no, it's going to be in English, I'm sorry.
In the end, Monsieur Alpin asked to testify in English.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I was misleading you.
It was a last-minute change, but Commission Counsel was made aware.
Okay.
And agreeable. Thank you, Mr. Schoenholtz.
Okay, well, Mr. Arpin, you are, of course, free to testify in either language. If you're going to switch, as an earlier witness did, if you could give us a warning so that people can put on the translation equipment, because it's we're not all bilingual in the room, and everyone's entitled to follow the proceedings. And so if you are going to switch, please give us fair warning. Okay, I'm sorry to have interrupted that. Go ahead.
No problem. Mr. Arpin, could you start by telling us your title?
I'm Mayor Watson's Chief of Staff.
And I understand you had an interview with Commission Counsel on September 8th.
I did.
And that interview was held in French.
It was.
So WTS 6015, I'll pull that up on the screen. This is a summary of your interview, and that's drafted in French, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review that summary.
I have.
Okay. Do you have any corrections?
I don't.
Okay. And you didn't review the English translation, though?
I did not.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So this summary is going to go into evidence. So I'd like to start talking about the discussions that you facilitated with the protesters. According to your summary, you facilitated negotiations between the mayor's office and a group of protesters. Those discussions were facilitated by Dean French. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could you explain the genesis of those discussions?
On or around February 8th, the city manager approached myself and Mayor Watson to inform us that he had been approached by the PLT team as they posited that the city's relationship with the truck convoy representatives had broken down, and the PLT team sought the city manager's support to engage with representatives from the truck convoy protest. The city manager approached the mayor and myself. We had a brief discussion in the foyer of the mayor's office. I think it was around 5:30 p.m. that day, asking us for our views on this proposal. My initial reaction and my advice to the mayor is that it was extraordinary. It was an extraordinary request. We would normally not take part in such a meeting. We were not aware of the individuals. We had no dealings with those individuals. We had no history of reliability. And hence, I made the recommendation, the mayor accepted the recommendation that we would not take part in the meeting, but the city manager was free to proceed with the meeting if he felt it would be beneficial to better understand the concerns, issues, and demands of the truck convoy protest. And my understanding is he proceeded to grant that meeting on the 8th. And he informed us thereafter that he felt it had been a constructive meeting. He felt that the parties were speaking reliably. We had no knowledge of whether or not they represented a large cross-section of truckers, but they appeared to be dealing in good faith with the city manager and the PLT team. It's also our understanding from the city manager that the PLT team had suggested that we engage with the truck convoy representatives on their willingness to initially move some trucks out of the residential district as a sign of goodwill. My understanding is that the city manager did explore that concept with the representatives early on. That was shared with us post facto. On or around February 10th, the mayor received a call from Dean French saying that he was willing to play a goodwill role as an ambassador between the two parties. He appeared to be seeking no gain or personal benefit. We knew him from his time as Chief of Staff to Premier Ford. I had what I could call a professional, courteous, and friendly relationship with him. We felt he was a straight shooter in our dealings with him in the past. And so the mayor asked me to call him back and see whether or not there was any potential for any kind of an agreement that would help relieve the extraordinary stress that our residents were under in the residential districts.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that the purpose of your discussions, and we'll focus on your discussions with Mr. French, as we've already heard Steve Kay's testimony, the purpose of those discussions was to find a solution that would kind of relieve some of the stresses on the residents of the downtown core. Is that correct?
The context of the moment, and just to back up a bit, we have never in 11 years and 11 months since the mayor's election in 2010 been involved in negotiations with any group in the context of a demonstration. That's extraordinary. And we would not have involved ourselves had the PLT team not approached the city manager and sought the city and the mayor's involvement in such a dialogue. It's extraordinary. We would normally not do it. The context was we're into about day 9 or 10 of what was initially going to be a demonstration has become an occupation of our residential districts. Residents, shut-ins, residents from all walks of life are feeling threatened in their personal safety and security, and the mayor was living that every single day. He took it home every single day. He was working 15, 18 hours a day. Yes, he was looking for any solution that might help us alleviate the pressure on our residents and what they were going through. And for us, it appeared that there was no downside for us to undertake this dialogue, as there was no end in sight. There appeared to be no cogent, multi-jurisdictional plan to bring this thing to an end. And so if we were able to get one truck out of the residential district, it would be a small victory. That wasn't our goal, of course, but the intent was to alleviate the pressure short term. And we were told by various parties, including the city manager, including Steve Bell, including Kim Ayotte, that the short-term goal was to bring the temperature down with the demonstrators since the relationship had broken down with the PLT team, and bringing them into a small perimeter would also help the OPS and the combined forces potentially one day bring the demonstration under greater control, if not to a halt.
What group of Convoy organizers did you understand that Mr. French was representing or speaking on behalf of?
Generally speaking, we did not have a clear sense of how the groups were organized into his dialogue that he offered to lead. We only understood that he would only speak on behalf of moderate groups. He had no interest whatsoever in representing the fringes. He told us, I'm a plane ride away. I can leave as quickly as I've arrived. I want to help. Obviously, we had no interest whatsoever in engaging in a dialogue that might include some of the factions that were hurting Ottawa residents on a day-to-day basis.
So was your understanding that some of the factions were not included in this negotiation?
Quite possibly, and it was something that Dean had said to me in the course of the 3 or 4 days during which we dialogued, on a number of occasions, and he restated his desire to do something that would help. That's how it started. That was his message to the mayor. It was no more specific than that.
And what exactly was being discussed in those 3 days? I think it was February 10th to February 12th. What was being negotiated?
As you know, we're already 10 days into the crisis, with horns blaring and heavy trucks spewing diesel into a number of residential streets in the core, at Rideau and Sussex, at Coventry and Overbrook Forbes. Our goal from the get-go was to get a sense of their willingness to recognize through Mr. French that they were hurting local communities. And if there was no agreement on that notion, then there was nothing to discuss. We wanted to, get to a point very, very quickly of understanding of whether or not he could get the key organizers to recognize that they never intended to hurt, ordinary people in residential districts. And that became apparent quite quickly in our first few discussions. And we laid out a couple of ideas. Some of them had come directly from the PLT team. Because again, as you would know, and as I mentioned to you earlier, I cannot recall us ever being involved in a discussion with a group of demonstrators directly. It would not happen. And so we sought to establish some parameters, and they included, a sense from them of their willingness to remove a large number of trucks from the residential district, and we set out a number, 75%, below which we felt we would not be providing any relief to the residents who were under essentially, what they viewed as siege and what we concurred with as being a siege of their day-to-day life. So it had to be a big number. We wanted to see rapid progress on the removal of trucks because we would find out very, very quickly if this was a stunt or if it was a bluff to try to, gain more time, and we found out that it wasn't a stunt. We believe that, we set out those parameters of roughly 75% rapid movement towards, removing the trucks from the residential district. And we rapidly came to, an understanding in principle. I wrote something up. I sent it to Dean, which was going to be the mayor's opening position around this is what we need for us to have a dialogue and to commit to a potential meeting, a listening meeting with Mayor Watson. If they could meet those conditions, then we would consider granting a meeting.
And is what you wrote up what eventually became the letter that went out on the 12th? Okay.
Correct.
And so Mr. French had a role in kind of providing feedback on that letter?
It was very, very, it was very, very succinct. This is what we believe we can, bring forward that would lead to a dramatic improvement in the day-to-day lives of our residents. And they agreed with us that they thought that would be an appropriate starting point. They brought it back to the other party.
In those discussions, did you agree upon, and this is, I know there's a subsequent February 13th meeting that Mr. Kay has testified about, but did you and Mr. French agree on where the trucks would be moving to?
No, it was a rather fluid situation. I'm wondering if we can bring back the mayor's letter, if at all possible.
Sure,
because you'll notice that we describe a broad perimeter, that's an aspiration, but in the 2 or 3 days in which we were dialoguing about the potential of removing trucks, it appeared, we were told that some were heading to Vankleek Hill, some were heading potentially west to Arnprior. Apparently some demonstrators wanted to go home with their kids, family, etc. And so we started getting bogged down in who would go where. And when we realized that was futile because we had no clear understanding of what proportion of trucks would end up going where, the general dialogue, after I consulted with the city manager's office and with Kim Ayotte, I had a discussion with them because this was, again, at the urging of the PLT team. They asked that we engage in this dialogue. and they recommended that we talk about reducing the number of trucks in the residential district. We set forth a framework that would have them go into a smaller perimeter. I consulted with Mr. Ayot. I think I remember him saying that there was room for, a significant number of large trucks as long as they parked in a more compact fashion in that broad perimeter of Elgin, Wellington, and west of that. And obviously, we're in the middle of the pandemic. Most of those buildings were empty at that point in time. We expected that if there were significant operational concerns, the city would have raised that with us in the last stretch of those discussions in the last 48 hours as the city was liaising with OPS and other police forces. And so, no, there was no explicit, it wasn't like the handshake was not predicated on every single truck will go to Wellington, because then if they'd move trucks to Vankleek-Hill or Arnprior, then it would have been seen as being outside of the agreement. We tried to not get too bogged down in that.
Sorry, you said you would have expected that the city would have raised concerns. I'm assuming you meant OPS.
No, because we had no direct dealings with OPS on the scope and the nature of this goodwill arrangement to try to get more trucks outside of the residential precincts. Our liaison, as it is normally, our liaison on almost every single city matter is through the city manager's office, and the city manager liaises with, various groups that they have a role in on which we don't sit.
Okay. And when you say that you understood that some protesters wanted to move into the outskirts of the town, or some wanted to go home, is that what you had heard from Mr. French, or
Correct.
did that come from?
Yes.
That was Mr. French.
Yes.
We can pull up that document OTT 406964. Was this? We'll go into this in more detail, but was this agreement meant to achieve a permanent resolution to the protest?
It wasn't.
Okay.
We had no illusions around that. It was a temporary solution aimed at taking down the temperature and reestablishing a contact between the city and the truck convoy representatives and members.
And was it ever raised that there would be some kind of protection for the trucks that limited themselves to Wellington Street, for example?
Absolutely not. And I recall raising with Dean the fact that he had to be fully cognizant in his discussions with truck convoy representatives that we were having no discussions whatsoever with any agency about enforcement, anything that could happen inside or outside the zone if we had no capacity to direct any of these activities and to either anticipate them or constrain them. And so they had to be cognizant of the fact that they could subject themselves to action at any moment. It could happen 5 minutes after they start moving trucks. We had no control over that.
And my understanding from what you said just earlier is that OPS was not consulted on your discussions with Mr. French. Is that right?
Not through us. No, not through us.
And neither was the Parliamentary Protection Service?
Not through us.
Okay. Was it through someone else?
My understanding is that once OPS had been briefed on the matter, it was their responsibility to brief their partners.
And we'll get to that later. Okay, so looking then, this is the letter that was issued by the mayor's office setting out the parameters of that agreement with Mr. French, correct?
Yes, and I just want to draw your attention to the fact that paragraph 4 says that they will restrict their presence to a perimeter. We did not say that they would move all of their trucks into the Wellington perimeter, and that's an important point. We had no ability to anticipate which trucks would be going where.
When did the mayor start having input with respect to this letter?
The mayor gave me a broad mandate to engage with Mr. French to see if they were serious, if Mr. French could reliably and credibly speak for a significant number of truckers, and if we could come to a kind of a framework within 24, 48 hours. I picked up the phone within, I think, an hour of him bringing us the message, given the state of urgency that was being felt throughout the city, especially the impacted zones. And that day, I briefed the mayor verbally on the fact that I believed that we could get Mr. French to bring a credible proposal to the other side that included moving a significant number of trucks outside of the residential district, and if they did that in a short period of time, that it would likely lead to the mayor granting a listening meeting, which typically it's extremely rare that the mayor doesn't grant a meeting to a group that's requesting it, and that includes people we don't agree with.
Okay, so in terms of, you've mentioned this 75% number, and you've pointed to the fourth paragraph. That's why I'm writing to ask you that you remove the convoy and struck from all our residential neighborhoods and restrict your presence to Wellington, essentially. And then if we just move down a little bit, it kind of details the conditions to meeting the mayor in a bit more detail. I don't see the 75% in the letter itself, so maybe if you can explain how it fits in.
There is going to be an extraordinary level of scrutiny and criticism of this effort to remove trucks from the residential district. Obviously, we could not, put the mayor in a position where, they move 25% of trucks and they claim that we promised to grant them a victory, that we promised to grant them a meeting with the mayor. And so a bar was set that was, extremely high. They knew what the bar was. And that was the basis of the, the good faith arrangement, and we expected them to live up to it.
So that was communicated verbally, is that what you're saying?
Okay. Correct.
And the last paragraph that we can see on the screen says, references the departure of over 400 trucks from residential areas. That was your understanding at the time of how many trucks were in that?
It was the number that was given to us by Mr. Ayotte, and it combined all the trucks that they knew about throughout the city, including Coventry, the Raymond Chabot-Grant Thornton Stadium.
So it was an ambitious undertaking to try and move these?
It was, and up until that point, we had not seen any relief. There was no relief in sight for residents in terms of what they were, the turmoil they were being subjected to.
And you've already said that the protesters weren't necessarily one unified kind of group, and that some of the fringe elements were not represented in your discussions with Mr. French, correct?
We believed from what we read, what we saw on social media, that there were various factions, and we believed that Dean was dealing with the broad, moderate center of those factions.
So is it fair to say that it was an ambitious goal to kind of satisfy the conditions set out in this letter?
Yes, it was. And we felt, given the fact that we were into day 10 of the demonstration with collapse and public confidence in our city and in our police service being witnessed across the city, council's confidence was collapsing, the public's confidence was collapsing. We felt we had nothing to lose in trying to remove the trucks from the residential district in a cooperative fashion.
Did the protesters provide any kind of assurances, or through Mr. French, on being able to liaise with some of those fringe elements and convince some of them to also vacate the residential areas?
I have no knowledge of that.
No. Okay. I expect that we'll hear from Inspector Drummond that the PLT had negotiated similar kind of agreements to move trucks in the previous days, and that Convoy leadership had not been able to execute on those deals. Were you aware of any of that?
We're not privy to that.
None of that had been brought to your
attention?
attention?
Not aware of
But you felt here that essentially there was nothing to lose in kind of making this deal.
And Mr. French was a credible individual we dealt with in the past, and when we'd had dealings with him on the floods, et cetera, on other issues, if he sought a meeting with the mayor on item X and the premier was going to discuss item Y, it usually happened in the sequence and with the content that he'd committed to. Again, we felt he was reliable, trustworthy, and excluding the politics and the ideology, it was our best chance at that moment to try to see some progress, which again, we would not have initiated without the PLT's engagement with the city manager.
Was part of the agreement with Mr. French that some additional vehicles would be moving on to Wellington Street?
It was clear to us that some of them would be going onto Wellington Street, yes. Okay. And that the city had provided us with the opinion that it was feasible and that it was a lesser harm to remove these trucks from the residential district and bring them into a large thoroughfare, which was, except for Parliament, largely vacant at that point in time. It was imperfect, but it was better than the status quo for our residents.
Would you agree that that's not explicitly set out in the letter?
It is not.
Okay. And the timeline from this move was 24 to 72 hours.
That they would, start showing goodwill towards a very, very significant shift of vehicles.
Can we pull up OTT 406965? So this is Tamara Leach's letter of acceptance, same date, February 12th, essentially accepting the mayor's offer. It says, third paragraph, we have made a plan to consolidate our protest efforts around Parliament Hill. Is that reflective of your agreement with Mr. French?
I can't really opine on that because that's what they felt they needed to put in the letter to get buy-in from their truckers. That's my understanding of it. Part of their PR campaign.
Sorry. You mentioned Mr. French was consulted on the wording of your letter. Were you consulted on the wording of this letter?
We saw their letter and we thought that it met most of our aspirations around the removal of trucks from the residential district.
Okay. And you had been advised, as you said previously, by Mr. Ayotte that there was additional room for those trucks to move on to Wellington. And he was your only source of information when it came to that?
I would say primary. I can't remember if there were other sources, but it would have been through the senior management.
Okay. You provided Mike Jones, Chief of Staff to Minister Menachino, with a copy of the mayor's letter shortly before making the letter public, right? About an hour before. Is that correct?
Yes, as a courtesy.
But apart from that, the federal officials were not consulted on this.
I have no knowledge of that. They should have been. They would have been through the, once that information, we assume PLT had shared it with OPS. PLT were not acting on their own. They had to engage with the decision-making structure, and hence they would have had some kind of mechanism to inform other forces of that potential agreement as they approached us to engage with the truck representatives.
We understand that the PLT met with Steve Kay on around February 8th. Were they involved after that first meeting, once kind of you took over in your discussions with Mr. French?
They had to be, because the OPS was involved in the Sunday night meeting where they went through the details of how this thing could unfold. And hence, OPS had delegated individuals to take part in that meeting to help decide how it was going to unfold.
And that the Sunday night meeting you're referring to is on the 13th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you specifically aware of any PLT engagement in between the 8th and the 13th? Okay. Let's pull up document OTT 3039. 3005. Sorry, I missed another 5. 30055. And let's go to page 13. So these are your texts with Mr. Jones, Chief of Staff to Minister Menachino. And here this is around the time where you had provided him with notice of this arrangement with the protesters. And so in the third, in the blue bubbles are you, correct?
Can you scroll back to a date, please? My apologies.
If we could just go up. Just keep going up.
Wow.
There we go. So that's the 13th in the afternoon. That would have been around the time you provided him with the draft letter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can go back to page 13. And am I correct that your words are in the blue bubbles on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so you say here in the second blue bubble, but why don't you tell me who you thought we should be meeting with when you made that suggestion when we spoke on Friday? And we can, if we just go down to the next page. And if we can zoom in on the bottom bubble there. Sorry, go up a bit. This one, which starts the second one. So you said that the suggestion had been made that the city could be meeting with some of the more moderate elements. So could you just explain what this is referring to? It seems like you had had a previous discussion with Mr. Jones about potential meetings with protesters.
You would have to back up to the call from the text message on the afternoon of Friday. We have to back up some more. Where I first raised my reaction. We'd have to find it. Sorry, you have to back up.
Yeah, if we could back up. The very first text that Friday afternoon?
There's another no at the end of the day on Friday where includes the word nauseating, I think.
So this is Sunday, so we have to go, I guess, quite a ways back here. Okay.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
The final, the penultimate bullet.
Okay, so could you maybe just explain for us?
In the 4 to 5:30 p.m. Time frame, I sent that to Mike, responding to a call that we had about 30, 45 minutes before this exchange, where I had reflected on what I believe he had shared with me, which sounded something along the lines of, why don't you guys meet with them? And it would take the pressure down, etc. And, we had a number of things we were discussing, and within a few minutes of hanging up, I sent this note saying, sometimes you've got 100 things on the go, you're not always thinking on your feet. And I sent that note with the crystal clear recollection of that call 15 minutes ago saying, I hope you know that it is distressing for us to hear the suggestion that we should be meeting with them when you will not. Basically, that was my intervention, and he, on one or two occasions, came back saying, I never said that. I don't remember saying that. And that's his recollection. You'll have to ask him.
Okay. So your recollection is that on February 11th, Mr. Jones suggested that the city should itself be meeting with protesters.
Correct.
And at that time, you were, in fact, already engaging with Mr. French.
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell him that at the time?
I don't recall I don't know if I did.
And why was this suggestion made by Mr. Jones? What was the context of that conversation in which he made that statement?
We had been engaged in a rather feisty exchange around what the city was being told in terms of the number of RCMP officers that were being made available to OPS. And we felt that there was a dramatic disconnect between what we were being told and what OPS was relaying to myself and the mayor through the chair, through the city manager, et cetera, around the number of officers that we were seeing on the ground. And, Twitter, social media, media outlets, et cetera, we're saying we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing additional officers. We're not seeing additional mobilization. And so our data, what was being provided to us, was completely inconsistent with what OPS was relaying to us. And you'll note that in a very, very lengthy and detailed exchange with the chair of OPSB, we're having an exchange about the numbers, asking them if it's taking too long to swear people in, which was a suggestion coming from Mike, that there could be, various delays. We understood that. But we would go back to OPS and say, well, what are you seeing? How many officers are you getting? Are you seeing this surge of, 250 officers? And the answer was no. And it wasn't 10 shy of 250. It was 200 shy. It was 180 shy. It was a very, very large discrepancy, which, as you can see in our exchange, even Mr. Jones says, I can't reconcile it. I'll go back to my people and ask them why those people are not on the ground yet.
And we'll look more closely at some of those exchanges a bit later. So was it a response to the city's frustration over those resource issues that statement was made? That, well, if you want to relieve some pressure, why don't you meet with them?
No, I don't believe they were related, but I can't remember.
Okay. If we can go to document OTT 6985. So this is just a copy of the email, again, same time, afternoon of February 13th, when a copy of the agreement is sent to both council members and then members of the OPS. So if you scroll down a little bit, you see that it was sent. If you go down a little bit more. So here, so we see the email from Matthew Gravel, and that's forwarding the letter to the councillors, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then just above, we see your email forwarding it to Steve Kay, and then just above that, I believe is Steve Kay sending it to various members of OPS. Is that correct?
It must be.
Okay. And is that the first time OPS was seeing kind of the terms of the agreement?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
What had been relayed to them by the team, I cannot imagine that OPS would not have been aware of the broad outline of this agreement, because they had liaison people in at least two of the meetings with the city staff where the movement of trucks outside of the residential precincts had been discussed at their suggestion and at their behest. They proposed that we undertake this dialogue. I can't see how they would not be aware of it.
There was actually, sorry to take you a little bit back in time, but there was a meeting around noon on February 13th. If we go to document OTT 30059, these are the transcription of the notes of Kim Ayot. We'll go to page 12 once it's opened up. Already there. So you see here, Sunday, 2022, 13th, meeting regarding protest. So this was around noon, as I understand, and here the OPS was given a certain briefing on the terms of the agreement. Were you present at that meeting?
I was.
You were, okay. If we go to page 13, it says at the top there, 50 holdout truckers, plus now they all need to participate. Do you know what that means?
I do not.
No. Further down, it says major backlash if that RCMP or $ from the feds. Do you remember that being brought up in the conversation? Okay.
May I, backing up, in relation to the letter, the chief was briefed on this agreement by the mayor directly at this meeting.
At this meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then in the letter, he raised a concern around language in one paragraph.
Mm-hmm. And I think by that time, the letter had already been.
Yes.
That the letter had already been sent.
Been issued.
So let's go to, I just have one more I want your thoughts on at page 15. Sorry, at the top of page 15? Oh, okay, sorry, just a bit higher. So it says Steve K, Mayor's concerns, and you see the third one is where are the truckers going? So can you speak to that? What exactly was the concern?
My recollection of that is that we raised that issue I raised that issue in discussions with Dean French, that we could not be in a position where if trucks were moved out of the precinct, technically out of the residential districts, technically honoring their commitment, then they would be backfilled by other trucks, or we would see some of those trucks move into other residential districts, thereby technically honoring the agreement, but violating the intent. Those were issues that the mayor wanted to make sure were covered, that we wouldn't be, tricked into an agreement that would end up hurting residents elsewhere in the city. And that's why those, rather explicit conditions were in the letter exchange.
And was your understanding that the exact terms of where the trucks were going to be moving, that was to be worked out at the Sunday evening
Yes.
meeting with Steve K?
Absolutely, in which we had no involvement in either planning or attending.
We expect to hear from Chief Slowly that he did not know that more vehicles would be moving on to Wellington, and that would have been contrary to what he was told was happening. What is your response to that?
You'll have to ask him. I have no idea what his intelligence from his PLT and other troops was.
You were present at this meeting, and you sent him the letter.
Sorry, and the letter was explicit in terms of the intent. The mayor mentioned it verbally as well. And he raised no significant concerns around the redistribution of trucks.
So is your understanding then that Chief Slowly would have been advised that the trucks were to move on to,
100%.
that some trucks were moving on to Wellington?
Absolutely, 100%. It was crystal clear in that meeting.
Okay, let's move to OTT 25453.
We have a moment then. Can you step out, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Okay, so if you can just scroll through this document so Mr. Alpin can get a sense of it. Maybe start at the bottom and scroll up. So my understanding is that this is some messaging that was prepared for the mayor shortly after the agreement went public. You recognize this?
I do.
And at the top, it just a little bit higher. Here we have a response from the mayor. Oh, just down a bit. saying, should we add something about fines? I assume that's supposed to say, et cetera. Do you know what that's about?
I don't. I think it was the mayor trying to, reflect to residents that we had other tools.
And just above Matthew Gravel answers, it was Serge's position that we do not promote that unless asked.
That refers to what I mentioned earlier on. There was significant fluidity around the smaller footprint into which vehicles could be moved. And it was our understanding that the city did not want to see more trucks on the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway west of, let's say, Bay, where you would start to bleed into the residential district. And it was intended in the letter as a broad perimeter, was intended to be fluid in nature. And we immediately, within an hour or two of issuing the letter, we got a call from the local councillor saying, does this mean we'll see a lot more trucks on the parkway? And the answer was no. In the letter, if you read it again, I think literally it shows from Elgin to the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. Obviously, it wasn't intended to bring trucks out to the Chaudière Falls. That's how far you could go. You could go very, very far. You could go to Champlain Bridge on the Sir Jam. So the intent was to create a perimeter where SJAM started. That's where we would see, trucks would go there, but not much further. And that, again, was on the recommendation of city staff.
And so that was what we didn't want to promote, kind of.
We didn't want to promote that because there was confusion around that aspect. It was fluid. We didn't know how many trucks were leaving the precinct to go somewhere else. But the mayor had been quite firm that he didn't want to see more trucks back in residential districts. It was to honor the broad framework of the goodwill arrangement with the truckers.
Now, according to your witness statement, you say that 102 vehicles, including about 40 heavy trucks, were moved on the morning of February 14th. What do you know about where these vehicles went?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, I know some of them went onto Wellington. We know that for a fact, and they were accommodated.
Okay.
We don't know if others chose to go home, etc. And when I engaged with Mr. Ayotte to have a sense of whether or not we had a handle on it, he informed me that it was an extremely fluid count, that at one point in time, his understanding is that we were only counting big rigs, small delivery trucks, etc., were either leaving the precinct, being removed and not being counted because they were not, the worst offenders in terms of noise and fumes, etc. So it's my understanding that we did not have a tight count on the number of trucks being moved.
Okay. And your understanding, again, according to the witness statement, is that the movement of trucks ended the afternoon of February 14th. Who advised you of that?
I believe it would be the city manager or Kim Ayotte, or both.
And do you know what the reason for that?
I do not.
Okay. You weren't advised, the mayor's office was not advised for what reason that movement?
We were told that OPS had stopped the movement of trucks. And in fairness, we had understood at the start of the day that, there were significant communications challenges on the ground, and that there's a point in time at which many trucks were ready to move and they were not being allowed to move, etc. It was very fluid.
So the OPS put a stop to it, but you're not sure why. Is that accurate?
I do not know why.
Okay. Going to document OTT 7120. So here we have an email exchange between the mayor's office and the Parliamentary Protective Services office, I guess. So if we just go down a little bit. Down a bit more. Down a bit more. Okay. Oh, one more, sorry. So James worked for the mayor's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he received, you recall this exchange? He
I do.
received a request for an urgent call for the mayor to have a call with acting director.
Correct.
Larry Brookson. Yes. And if we go up a little bit. We see that James responds that the mayor would be happy to speak to him now. And then if we go further up, one more. He further responds a little while later, sorry, that there's been a change of plans. Do you know why the Parliamentary Protective Service was trying to reach the mayor's office?
Yes.
And what reason is that?
They wanted to share their concerns around the fact that they did not like the idea of seeing more trucks move into the Wellington precinct. And they further shared the information that there could be theoretically a bomb in one of the trucks.
And the PPS had not been consulted by the city in coming to this agreement, correct?
If an agency had to consult them, it would have been OPS.
Okay, and so you're not aware of any of them being consulted any way. You're saying, had they been consulted, it would have been through the OPS, but you don't have knowledge of that.
I do not.
Okay. And so, can you explain why the mayor was, I guess, why there was a change of plans here that he would no longer take this
I overruled the staff recommendation to organize that call because it is extraordinary for the mayor to deal directly with any other head of a security agency other than the chief of police of the city of Ottawa. It is not within our historical practices to have the head of the RCMP, the head of the OPP call the mayor and berate them about an agreement with a civilian. It's never happened in our history and hopefully would not happen under our history. We understand that he was unhappy. We referred him to the city manager. It is my understanding that he was eventually put in touch with someone within the command structure to have a dialogue about his concerns.
The OPS command structure?
Correct.
Do you remember during that discussion that we touched on around noon on February 13th with the OPS, was there any discussion of reaching out to the Parliamentary Protective Service to advise them?
Sorry, can you restate the time frame?
So we looked at Kim Ayott's notes of that February 13th meeting at about noon before the agreement went out. Do you recall in that meeting with OPS any discussion of advising Parliamentary Protective Services of this deal?
I do not, but it is my understanding that the PLT team would have a responsibility to report up within its structure, and then someone would make the decision on which police forces need to be informed of the OPS's actions in relation to negotiating movement of trucks.
And in fact, I mean, that meeting wasn't with PLT, it was with senior OPS leadership.
Sorry, we're not talking about the same meeting then. My point was on either of the meetings where PLT agents were present with the city manager and or city staff, they would, I assume, exit that meeting and brief up on what they had agreed to, what they were working on, because that agreement was a result of their engagement with the city manager and the mayor's office to try to get us to engage with the protesters. And if I may restate, if I have not clearly, when the city manager was first approached, we were told that PLT was looking for either the city manager and or the mayor to engage with the demonstrators to try to take the pressure down and the temperature down. And we declined because we had we just didn't feel comfortable enough to engage. That's why we, supported the city manager in his decision to have an exploratory meeting.
Why not direct them to speak to OPS?
Sorry, who is them?
In responding to this email chain, why not direct PPS?
Because we typically do not send other police agencies to other police agencies. It's not our job. Our liaison is typically with the city manager's office, who is serving on at least 2 critical task forces where police forces were present, including the long acronym organization that had the OPP on it, the RCMP. My understanding is that PPS was represented on that group as well, the city manager.
Ncrcc?
Correct.
Is that what you're referring to? Okay. So we expect to hear from Mr. Drummond that the OPS put an end to the movement of vehicles to Wellington for two reasons. One, because there was no more room on Wellington, and two, because the Emergencies Act was invoked and the police needed time to consider the emergencies orders. Did you hear, so starting with the first, had you heard anything about there being, no more room on Wellington?
No.
Had you heard to the contrary, that there was still room on Wellington?
No, but I had heard from city staff that there was enough, paraphernalia and hot tubs and things that could be moved and displaced, that there was enough room to move a large number of trucks into the precinct. Okay. That was their analysis, and maybe it, if they made a mistake, I don't know. We trusted their judgment that there was significant room.
And had you heard anything about the movement of trucks being stopped because of the invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
We read about it. We speculated, like others, that might have been a significant driver of that.
But it was just speculation?
Yes.
Okay. So when was the last time you communicated with Team French about the convoy?
Sometime on the weekend of the 12th. Okay. He told me he was, getting on a plane, going back home. He was available. He was reachable. If he needed to come back, he'd come back quickly.
Essentially when the deal was completed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't remember if it was the Saturday or the Sunday, and we were working 18-hour days and fielding tons of meeting requests and calls, etc.
When did you first start communicating with Keith Wilson then?
Broadly speaking, Mr. French suggested to me that they had a legal representative. I had never spoken to him before. I didn't know who he was. He asked me to deal with him if we needed to exchange any emails. And Mr. Wilson, my recollection of it is that he engaged sometime over the course of the weekend of the 12th, 13th, when the broad, brush outline of an agreement was in place.
So let's go to document HRF 1465. So this is an email exchange between yourself and Mr. Wilson the evening of February 14th. If you scroll down just a little bit, okay. So here at 6:05, you write to Keith saying, is a touch base call possible this evening between 8:30 and 9? And then if you scroll up, if we scroll back up, there's just acceptance there. Do you recall what I assume, did you have this call with Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what that call was about?
Broadly speaking, I think it was, again, getting a sense of, did they believe they would honor the deal? Would we be providing relief to the people of Ottawa who are under a state of siege?
So
did they feel they had the organizational ability to get the trucks to collaborate?
And what was the response to that?
My best recollection is that he said it was a door-to-door effort. They would knock on every door. They would speak to every trucker. They would let them know that they believed that this was a good thing, that it would take the temperature down. And we would see the results in the morning if they were successful or not.
Was there a sense that it would be a significant challenge to get all the trucks moving out of the residential areas?
I don't know.
If we can go to HRF 1466.
Sorry, if I may back up respectfully. We already understood it to be a huge organizational and logistical challenge because, as you know, some of the streets had vehicles backed up 4 or 5 blocks deep with the cabs facing forward. If you can't get the first cab to move, then you can't get the second cab to move, et cetera, et cetera. So it required a level of collaboration and logistical coordination that we could not begin to fathom, but obviously it required a very high level of collaboration. I think we've provided photos that show 4 or 5 city streets that were cleared at least 3 or 4 blocks deep. So they appeared to have some ability to deliver at least partially on their commitment.
Okay. Let's go to HRF 1466. So these are some texts between yourself and Mr. Wilson. We can go to page 3.
I know my mom's not happy about that photo.
So there's a series of texts here where Mr. Wilson reaches out to you about the city obtaining an injunction and some concerns around that. What do you recall?
I liaised, well, initially, again, as Mr. French was kind of like out of the picture on a day-to-day basis, he shared this notion that the city was surprising them with an injunction. And I went back to the city manager and verified with him whether or not that issue had been raised in any of the meetings with the truck convoy representatives. And Mr. Kanellakis told me that that was not a surprise, that the representatives for the truck convoy, including legal reps, were at least one of the meetings where the city had warned that this initiative was underway and that it would continue. And I shared that information back with Mr. Wilson. He did not appear to challenge it.
Okay, so that effort being the city itself going out to obtain an injunction.
Correct. And I mean, I think the remainder of the exchange will show that I relate to him, you know, what the city manager had relayed to me about that meeting, and he appeared to accept that that's how the meeting had unfolded, because the city manager named specific individuals who were briefed at the meeting on the prospect of an injunction.
So if we can just go down. Go down. Go down. So this is this passage of the text that you're referring to.
And also because I was not present at the meeting, I asked him to have an exchange directly with the city manager so that they could compare notes on what had been said about the injunction. I was just an intermediary.
And are you aware of whether they had that subsequent exchange?
I believe they did, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. So the concern was just that notice of the injunction had not been provided to the protesters, which didn't align with the information you had.
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to, keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going. Okay, so here at 9:15 p.m. on February 15th, you receive a text from Mr. Wilson that says the truckers want to move 40 plus trucks tomorrow starting in the morning. They have the room on Wellington to fit. And your understanding of the room on Wellington is not contrary to this.
We had not been told that there wasn't enough room for that movement.
And he continues, that would just about clear almost all of the residential areas. Do you know whether that was accurate?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Okay, we can take that off the screen. So I want to talk about some of your communications with federal and provincial officials. In your interview summary, you state that the mayor was initially hesitant to contact federal and provincial governments to request additional resources, but that the OPS eventually indicated that political pressure would be necessary to obtain the resources. What's your understanding of the reasons that the OPS put forward to ask for that political pressure to be applied?
The chair of OPSB conveyed to me in a very, very direct, insistent manner that the OPS was unsuccessful in its attempts to secure additional resources from either the OPP or the RCMP, and she implored us to engage and to write to both the Prime Minister and the Premier asking for additional resources. As I've mentioned earlier, I've served Mayor Watson for 11 years, and 11 months, or the totality of his current mandate as post-amalgamation mayor. We have never made a request to a politician, an elected official, a minister, a solicitor general for police officers. We've made requests for funding, which are within council's mandate, but the mayor has never been engaged in seeking support from another level of government for a specific number of additional bodies. I shared that with the chair. They provided me with a draft of what a letter they thought should go to the Premier and the Prime Minister and the Premier. We redrafted it. I recommended to the Mayor that it not be sent. We had a good discussion around it, and after I shared with the Mayor the fact that the Chair had said that the OPS would not be securing these resources without our involvement, that they were unsuccessful. In other words, I have to presume that they were being told, no, you're not getting these additional bodies. Then she sent us a draft. We rewrote it. I sent it to her. She sent us a draft, I think at 9 a.m. on February 7th. It should be in the record. I think I've seen it. At 12 o'clock, we sent her a new draft that identified both, I think, Minister Mendicino and or Blair and the Premier of Ontario and the Solicitor General as the people we'd be writing to, providing a broader context for the scope and scale of the crisis that residents were being subjected to, seeking, an additional number of bodies, which that number was provided to us by the OPS, and the Mayor relented and agreed to sign those two letters. We sent them out that day.
So those are the letters dated February 7th, correct? And so your understanding is that prior to that date, there had been requests being made by the OPS for additional resources.
That's what was conveyed to me, and I think you can see that in some of the exchanges between myself and Chair Deans, but I can't remember exactly where in those exchanges.
Do you know how long those resource requests had been ongoing?
I don't.
Okay. And did she provide to you an explanation for why those requests had been unsuccessful?
She did not.
But it was felt at that time that it was no longer sufficient to be making those requests at the police-to-police level and that it had to be escalated.
We cannot ascertain that the request was made police to police. We were only told that the OPS was unsuccessful in getting additional, people and bodies provided to the tripartite effort by the other two agencies. And the numbers that we were seeing, that were referred to in previous exchanges, seemed to corroborate the fact that no significant additional resources were coming to the effort in the first 10 days of the crisis.
Let's look at OTT 7429. This is a email exchange with the PMO where you request initially to speak to his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. If we can scroll down all the way to the bottom to the first exchange, and it's you want to speak regarding Ottawa's request for additional enforcement support, as we see there. Why did you feel it was necessary at that time, so this was 2 days after making the request, to engage directly with the PMO?
Two things were happening. The discrepancy in the numbers being provided to OPS relative to the numbers that OPS was seeing on the ground, and what we felt to be friendly fire coming from, various political voices federally saying it's up to the city to step up and do their job, roughly, which we can find that text if you want. But, I wanted to convey to the Prime Minister's office that we needed their help. The numbers were inconsistent. We wanted them to know that we were being told about the numbers was inconsistent. And I conveyed that, and I believe that there was a change in tone, roughly the next day, I think maybe someone realized this will have to be a team effort. We need them. It's clear that we need them to help end the insurgency and the demonstration. And I guess everyone came around to the conclusion that it would be better to try to take a collaborative approach and maybe try to reduce some of the finger pointing. You have this many, we have this many, we think you have this many, no, we think you're only giving us this many. And then people being out there saying, we think the city is going to be able to end it by themselves. They have the authority and the capacity to do it.
So we'll go through some more of these exchanges because there is some more of that as time goes on for a few more days. Let's go to OTT 20712. So these are text messages with Zita Estravas. What is her role?
Chief of Staff to Minister Blair.
And so these, so if we can go to page 15, these are texts from the 11th of February. And if you can just scroll down. Oh, so it's the last one. We'll look at the last bubble there. So, so you say, can you please ask the chief of police if this has not been provided to him, be given line of sight on the additional bodies, if we can continue to the next page. On the additional bodies he will get today, number, the additional bodies he'll get tomorrow, and the same line of sight for Sunday. Let me know when we can debrief. And actually just, if we could just go up to the first page again. So where were you obtaining, well, first, why were you asking for the chief to be given line of sight on the additional bodies he was getting?
Because the mayor was being reassured that we would be getting additional support from the RCMP. When the information was being provided to us by OPS that there were no significant additional bodies being provided, it was maybe in the 60 to 80 range, and the number that we were being given was 250. I mean, we were really happy to hear that number. It sounded like a very significant increase, and we wanted to make sure that it was not just being relayed to us politically, as we have no role whatsoever in the onboarding of these police officers and swearing in, et cetera, that had to be conveyed directly to the chief of police to be, for them to be able to use that information and operationalize it.
Did someone ask you to make this type of request from Minister Blair's?
I'd have to go back to the timing of when we were being told that we were getting 250, because I was in a concurrent discussion with Mike having a debate around the numbers, which there's clearly a discrepancy and not a disagreement. It's simply their number wasn't consistent with what OPS was telling us. And that ask was simply, if you have a clear number, can you give it to OPS?
We'll go to your text with Mike in just a moment. I want to ask you first, though, where generally were you obtaining your information on the OPS numbers? How were you getting that?
It would have been given to the mayor as part of his regular briefings with OPS and the city manager. And those were scheduled. They're in the agenda. We see documentation from those meetings.
So those would have been briefings with OPS leadership?
Correct.
Including Chief Slowly, presumably?
And sometimes it was the chair of the board. Sometimes it was, a lower ranked individual within the OPS would provide us with a briefing that they believed the resources were not forthcoming. But typically it was the chief telling us those numbers are not being provided without getting into a lot of detail. And again, you'll see in my exchange with Chair Deans that she's answering questions and saying, we're not seeing those additional bodies at this point in time.
You obviously had no direct line of sight on the numbers yourself.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so let's go to document OTT 30055. These are your texts with Mike Jones, who again is Chief of Staff to Minister Mendicino, correct?
Yes.
And so here you introduce yourself because it's Mrs. Stravas who directed you to Mike, correct? And so you say, hi, Mike, can you give me a quick shout before 3 p.m. Trying to help our chief of police get through his board meeting at 3. This is Serge Arpin. So again, where was this request coming from to help the chief of police get through the board meeting at 3?
February 11th, we're now 4 days out from the issuance of the letter to the Prime Minister and the Federal Minister and to the Premier of Ontario and Solicitor Jones, and we still have no line of sight on additional bodies. And so that's in continuity with that broad effort to try to get a sense of, are we getting troop reinforcements? Are we getting additional support to put an end to the daily suffering that our residents are being subjected to? It was our daily, we get up in the morning, do we have more people to help with this crisis? As the chief was telling us, I don't have the resources. The chair of the board was telling us we're not able to secure additional resources.
And so was there a request by Chief Slowly to help him prepare for the OPSB meeting?
Not that I recall. My recollection is we had a discussion with the chair of the board who was saying, anything you can give us to help. Okay. Are we seeing any progress? She was asking us about whether or not there would be any motions that would be detrimental to herself or the chief, and sharing with us how urgent the situation was of getting more resources to help with the management of the truck convoy.
Okay. So the answer you receive here at the bottom of this page says RCMP confirms they have committed approximately 250 members, which is what you just relayed to us. And here's the breakdown for the weekend. And so we see the numbers deployed and then the numbers still on standby. And you would agree that most there are on standby still?
It's a big number for sure.
And do you have, what was your understanding of why there was a majority of those officers were still on standby?
My understanding is that we were told by OPS that 50 had been assigned to the Governor General's residence for additional protection. 50 had been assigned to the Prime Minister's cottage. Roughly 50 had been assigned to additional protection of the parliamentary precinct within the East-West Bloc, Langevin, etc., that area, but not available to OPS, and hence, again, it perpetuated that discrepancy in the numbers. And those numbers were being shared with the public. The public was being told we had 250 additional RCMP officers on the ground managing the truck convoy.
And so your understanding of these officers on standby is that they would have been still assigned with the RCMP to protect federal assets? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there was a discrepancy between the global number that was being told to the public and the specific number that OPS was telling us was available to them. And it was in the 25 to 30 per shift range.
We can go to the next page and we can zoom that in. And here it continues. So what the minister told the mayor that we would be getting an additional 250 on top of the 150 is not factual. That is roughly the same number than at the start of the insurrection. We'll try to connect with OPS to clarify. There appears to be no line of sight, an actual increase, unless you know more about tomorrow. So your assessment then is that there had been no actual increase in RCMP resources since the beginning of the occupation?
Can we back up the date, please? Sorry. My assessment based on what the OPS was providing us, the city manager, Kim Ayotte, et cetera, is that there was no meaningful increase in the number of RCMP being deployed, and there might have been a lot of reasons for that lag, and we weren't aware of those.
And then you continue, not looking to jam you up, just need to know if a progressive buildup is underway per minister's last exchange with the mayor. The numbers suggest no increase. So can you describe what had been promised to the mayor by the minister, and is this Minister Menachino?
I can't recall that.
Okay, and what was the promise that had been made?
an additional 250 over the course of the next few days.
If we go to the bottom of this page, there are 187 on operational readiness, but haven't been given a shift. And then you say we'll have to find out if they've been sworn in. So I understand one of the concerns that had been raised was whether these officers that had been assigned were being sworn in on a timely basis. Is that correct?
It is correct to say that we were told that that could be one of the concerns, one of the lags.
And were you able to confirm whether there was any backup in swearing in RCMP officers?
The chair of OPSB told me that they were swearing them in as quickly as they were being filed, but I can't corroborate that independently.
Right, and if we can go, I'll just bring up that exchange, OTT 24082. It's at page 3. So we'll see in this, these are your WhatsApp exchanges with Chair Deans of the OPSB, is that correct?
It appears to be, yes.
So at so page 3 at 3:23. So you asked, does a board meeting have to be called every time you need to swear in new officers? She responds, no, that she has delegated authority to approve and have them sworn in. Then you asked, are you aware of any backlogs in approval? Skipping forward to her response, backlogs in approval, you mean for swearing in officers? No, not at all. And if we jump down, 2:58:09 p.m., you say, asking again, are there any backlogs? So this was the next day. In terms of swearing in RCMP, she responds that she left a message for Blair Dunker. Who's Blair Dunker?
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't dealt with him.
Okay. I believe she's the CAO of the OPS. And at 3:35:59, Chair Deans states, I've followed up with your specific question. So far, Blair has told me that officers are being sworn in twice daily at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., and she is not aware of any backlog. So that's the information that you received
Correct.
From the chair of the OPSB.
Correct.
Were you aware of any backlog? I understand these appointments need to be approved by the Ontario Solicitor General's office. Were you aware of any backlog at that end?
No, it was never brought to my attention.
That question was never raised?
No.
If we can go back to the text exchange with Mr. Jones at 30055 at page 4. You state it's worse than what you and in the thought.
You and I, sorry.
Pardon me?
It was meant to say you and I thought.
It's 40 officers available to the OPS as of today. It's 20 per shift. The 185 you referred to are committed to protect federal properties and assets. Who provided you with that information?
It would have to come from OPS. We have no line of sight on that unless it's provided by OPS or senior management.
You don't know specifically who provided that number?
No. But it's a very, very specific number, hence it had to be provided to us by a knowledgeable source.
If we can go to page 5. So this is February 12th at 1:12 p.m. Mr. Jones says, RCMP says we've sent over 3 shifts of 70 each. You respond, they are lying to you flat out. What led you to make that statement?
Extraordinary frustration of having to tell the mayor that our residents are now into day 14 or 13 of the demonstration, and we're not seeing any meaningful progress in terms of additional bodies on the ground assisting OPS with the operation. And that was our daily reality of not being able to report any progress back to the people of Ottawa in a time where they were under extraordinary duress.
You continue, can you take a call with the city manager because the facts are not in dispute? What did you mean by that? Because it seems to me when I read these texts that the facts are in dispute of exactly what numbers were on the ground.
Right. I think the intention there was to say, you know, there's always spin that's happening in political offices some of the time. And if he doesn't believe what I'm hearing, maybe he should speak directly to the city manager who's getting these daily reports from OPS in terms of, you know, was our number right? Was their number right? Maybe, you know, maybe the commission will shed light on that. But we were being told by a combination of OPS, city manager, Kim Ayotte, et cetera, that we were not seeing those additional bodies on the ground available to us. And it is possible that there were lags. Steve was a former chief of police. He explained to us that, you know, people coming from other jurisdictions might need 2-3 days to travel, et cetera, et cetera. There were reasons for lags. But in between the time that we were told you're getting an additional 250, you know, 4 or 5 days had elapsed and we were seeing no additional people. And obviously the frustration of residents was also boiling into, you know, the mayor was wearing it, he was feeling it, he was hurt by it personally, seeing our residents suffer greatly, hearing from shut-ins, seniors, people trying to get to their homes, et cetera. He was extremely unhappy, and obviously we were under tremendous pressure to try to get additional police officers to come and help the OPS.
If we can go down a little bit more. You say you can tell him, is him referring to the minister? If you can go up a little bit, sorry, for context.
I can only assume that that's what I meant.
So you can tell him that he's being lied to by the RCMP, those boots are not under OPS command. Would you agree with me that you were quite confident in the information you were receiving at that point to go so
100%.
far as to make that kind of a statement?
Yes. Because we had broad reports from, you know, miscellaneous stakeholders, media, et cetera, our people on the ground, and OPS, which, you know, is a pretty good proxy for how many additional officers are coming into a shift. If they're not coming into a shift, I think OPS would know that.
If we can go to page 6. Oh, we are at page 6. Go down a bit more. And here, there's kind of a further report that's provided to you, and you state that that report's not factual. Those are not the numbers available to OPSB. And the response you receive is, I don't know how we reconcile our numbers. And so, were you ever able to reconcile these numbers?
We were not. But he also acknowledges that he felt that there was a discrepancy and he felt it was frustrating as well. We were both extremely frustrated.
If we can go to page 7. So, sorry, let's just go up a little bit. I just want to see the date again that we're on. If you can just go up to the next timestamp, thank you. So that's on February 12th, and let's go back down to page 7. Here he says, also hearing Chief Slowly has not yet signed off on plan from the integrated planning cell. You can get a status, if you can get a status update on that. Was this the first time you were hearing this, that this was an issue?
That's correct.
And this was now February 12th. what, as part of this exchange, what was your understanding then for the lack of additional deployment by the RCMP? Did you come to understand what was holding things up?
My perception at the time was, and I noted it in words that I would like to change today if I could, but I can't, that I believed that it may have played a role in holding up the release of officers. It sounded like, to a lay person, that the absence of that agreement might have been holding things up. Had we known earlier, we would have sat down with the city manager, with Kim, with the chief of police to get an understanding of what we were told for the first time 13, 14 days into the crisis, that there was no agreement on an integrated planning structure. It was extraordinarily frustrating for us to hear that. Because we're there, normally we try to help, we're there to try to fix things and get things resolved. And obviously we don't have all the inputs if we don't have the entire picture of that command structure not coming together until almost 2 weeks after the start of the demonstration.
So there's two things that you've mentioned there and that are in the text messages. There's one being that Chief Slowly has not yet signed off on a plan from the integrated plan and cell. And the second being, which you say, it took 10 days for us to be told that you could not get agreement on a command structure. So were those two separate issues, or am I misreading the text?
In my opinion, I was responding to his text with my loose understanding of it. Because with no sign off on a plan, I assume we're in quicksand.
Okay. Did you or the mayor's office check in with the OPS on this issue after these texts?
I believe we did.
And what was the response you received?
I can't recall.
That would have been in a meeting. How would that follow-up have been done?
I'd have to go back at the dates. I mean, there's no world in which we would not have shared that concern. I recall sharing it with the city manager. I assume that he took it up with Kim, with OPS, et cetera, because without that alignment, it would be hard to see the teams collaborating on the ground.
Do you recall whether OPS acknowledged the problem or denied the problem?
I do not.
Do you remember whether it was addressed? Whether that problem was addressed?
I do not.
Okay.
And sorry, in that period of time, the chair of the OPSB was sending me text messages about, am I seeing motions about me? Am I seeing motions about Peter? I would say that we were at the height of the implosion of confidence in our city and in the OPS. We're close to that, I guess you could call it a crescendo of collapsing confidence in all of us.
Let's go to page 9. So this is February 13th. In the third bubble on the left, Mr. Jones says, was glad to hear Slowly was able to confirm the resources we've been sending through, and you respond, yes, very positive. I'm trying to get your support, but, so this second half, I think, pertains to the deal with the protesters. Yes. But can you maybe explain this short exchange on Slowly being able to confirm the resources on the 13th? Do you recall that exchange?
I don't.
No.
But he's stating that there's been, in a previous conversation, I've asked them to make sure that OPS knows directly what the minister's office was telling us in terms of numbers. It would give the OPS an opportunity to, validate those numbers. And this seems to suggest that they established a more direct line of communication to share that information, as that is what Mike is reporting, and I had no reason to challenge it.
And so Are you aware, because this was one day later, are you aware at this time that resources actually started coming through at this point, or not necessarily?
I am not. My reaction is, if Peter Slowly has confirmed that they're getting additional resources, that sounds very positive. We were in the midst of finalizing, securing support for the movement of the trucks outside of the residential district. That was our main focus at that point in time, and there was no significant buildup of additional resources from either level of government at that point in time. Maybe the OPS will contradict that with numbers, and that would be great that we see those numbers.
So in your witness statement, you say that major RCMP resources began arriving on February 16th or 17th. Do you have any insight into what changed between February 13th and 16th that led to that influx of resources?
I do not.
You're not aware if there was an agreement on, signing off on a plan?
I do not.
You're not aware if it was Chief Slowly's resignation that led to that change?
If it had a role in it, we were not privy to that. We did see, after an interim chief had been named, we started seeing a pickup in pace of organization, daily briefings to residents. Interim Chief Bell made a statement saying this will be the last weekend that our residents do not have control over their city. We started to see, obviously, you wouldn't be making those types of statements if you didn't, you weren't starting to feel an influx of resources to support those, the tripartite effort. But we saw, I can't say that it's causal, but we saw a definitive increase in the perceived level of organization after there was a change of leadership.
Okay. And you're not aware of any change in resourcing being attributable to the invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
I can't say that it did not contribute to it. I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you. Let's go to OTT 20712. These are your texts with Zita Astrabas. And I'd like to go to page 17. We can go down a little bit. Down a bit more, sorry. So here you state, and this is on February 15th. You state we had just gotten off a very successful call between the mayor and Chief Slowly, and grateful in the change in tone since yesterday. I'm just wondering if you recall what that's about.
I don't. And I don't. Can you back up a bit, please, to see what date that's on? I don't know if there's a time on that, because normally on that date, I don't think he was still chief of police, so I don't know how that makes sense.
It would have been, I believe, a bit later that afternoon, but that's okay. If we can go to ONT 311. So I want to talk a little bit about your engagement with the province. There's a meeting that kind of a tripartite meeting at the DM level, which Steve Kay attends. And if we go down, you see there in bold. So this is on February 6th that this meeting occurs, which is the day that the mayor declared a municipal state of emergency. And the statement there in bold that Steve Kay makes is, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the city of Ottawa at 4:30. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Did you have discussions with the mayor about this decision to declare a local emergency?
I did.
And do you agree that with this statement that this was the expressed intent?
I do not.
No? What was the intent in your view?
The intent was to be seen as doing something that reflected the feeling that residents felt we were failing them on so many fronts. And we had, members of council, the advice from the city manager to enact the state of emergency, even though we knew it gave exceptionally limited powers to the city in terms of fast-tracking procurement, etc. It was largely symbolic, but the mayor felt it was his call. He felt that we should be making that statement. I personally do not recall him telling me that the intent was to put pressure on the province to exercise powers to resolve this. I don't recall that simply. Doesn't mean he did not receive that advice. I might not have been in the room when he received it.
What was your view at that time, that it was necessary to put pressure on the province?
Sorry, can you back up on the date, please?
This is February 6th.
Right. The next day, we agreed to send the letter to the Premier, and I had robust exchanges with the Premier's Chief of Staff on that, which we can talk about later. But we were intending to continue to let them know that we needed additional help, and the letter was extremely useful. They took note of the declaration of local state of emergency, and it may or may not have played a role in their decision-making. I don't know. I have no way of gauging that.
So you mentioned that you had a call, I think, with the Premier's Chief of Staff on February 7th. That's in your witness statement. There's a mention in your witness statement that part of that on this issue of the need for resources, it was mentioned that resources were also necessary to respond to the blockade in Windsor that had just begun. What's your recollection of that conversation?
It was simply stated matter-of-factly, we're managing a lot of stuff. It was not a rank ordering. It was simply, we have to manage this, we have to manage Ottawa. And at the outset, I believe that until we issued that letter, I think that did play a key role in helping them understand the severity of the Ottawa situation. It was not a small, localized demonstration against the Government of Canada. It was having a huge impact on the quality of life of tens of thousands of residents.
Did Mr. Wallace, the Premier's Chief of Staff, say anything about how they would prioritize resources between Ottawa and Windsor?
He did not. He simply said he would relay, he had relayed the Mayor's ask for additional OPP officers to the head of the OPP. And that the Premier was favorable and supportive.
In your witness statement, you mentioned that Mr. Wallace also expressed concerns in the OPS's leadership. Was this on the February 7th call?
I can't recall. We had more than one call, and they were not all documented.
Okay. Do you have a sense of about the timing, approximately when this would have occurred?
In the February, within 24 to 48 hours of sending that letter, he did say to me that the province was concerned about giving additional resources to the city under the current leadership structure.
And what specifically, when you talk about under the current leadership structure, what was meant by that?
I don't know what was meant by that. He left it vague, and he did refer to leadership at the top. We're concerned. We don't know if we'll get the results. We don't know if we can trust the organization. It was a broad-based expression of lack of confidence.
Because I guess one of the issues that has come up is kind of the integration of command structures, and another issue that has come up is Chief Slowly's leadership himself. And so, do you have a sense of whether those comments went to one of those issues, both of those issues?
I believe that the Premier's office conveyed a more general concern with the Chief's leadership, which we did not share at that point in time.
No specific concerns?
Well, the Mayor had said on a number of occasions that he had full confidence in the Chief of Police. and our dealings with him up until that point had been, forthright and professional and constructive. And the only thing that changed that is the ongoing response led the mayor to, also lose confidence in the response as it evolved.
Sorry, I meant did Mr. Wallace identify any specific concerns?
No, he did not.
No.
No.
And I believe the response that you received, and this is again in your text with Zita, but I won't bring you there. There was a response from the province to the request to participate in trilateral calls that they would not participate. Did you ever receive an explanation for that refusal?
The mayor pointed out to me that both the Solicitor General and the Premier had told him that they felt that this was a political table and that it would not be a constructive use of their time. So they agreed to disagree on that.
Okay. So let's go to OTT 10527. So these are text messages between Councillor Luloff and Zita, the Chief of Staff for Minister Blair. He notes in this exchange that he, at this point on February 12th, has the votes to pass a motion requesting the invocation of the National Defence Act, aid to civil power. Were you aware of this proposed motion before City Council?
I was aware of something along those lines, but this is the first time I see this text message with this level of specificity. But he had mentioned to me he was working on a motion. I mentioned it to the mayor, so I was aware.
And he says there, I'm going to move it on Monday at a special meeting of council. So that would have been, I believe, on the 14th. So you were aware of this. Did the mayor's office, or did the mayor support this motion?
The way it was framed to us at the time, it appeared to be framed as a call to the Canadian military to engage, to help end the conflict. It might have been a miscommunication. We had a back and forth over it, but it ended up not being debated before the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
So it became no longer relevant
Right.
at that point. And you've already mentioned, and I can take you to OTT 24082. I'll go to page 4 of that document. These are your texts with Councillor Deans. So at 5:39, you say, we will have to work hard to defeat a motion asking Peter to resign on Monday. As of today, I don't believe we have the votes, even though council cannot remove him, only your board. So your understanding is that a motion to asking him to resign would also be put before City Council on that February 14th, correct?
I believed that there was a significant risk that such a motion would be coming forward, and it could include calls for the chair's resignation, calls for the chief to step down, etc. Can you scroll down a bit more, please, or ask? I'm looking for a comment from a member of council that I relayed to the board chair that said something along the lines of, if we don't start seeing better briefings on the numbers out there.
Right.
I'm
It's
looking
just
for it,
above
above.
the original.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think it's at 6:52. Is that the text you're referring, or the message you're referring to?
No.
So I would like to ask you about that, though, you say this is what we're up against, we'll have to discuss tomorrow, and then in quotes, if Peter's too stupid to announce daily the number of OPP, RCMP, OPS.
That's it. Sorry. I'm sorry, it's that quote.
Okay. It is his own funeral. Where had you heard this comment?
A member of council had forwarded that to me.
Okay. And why did you want to work with Councillor Deans to defeat this motion?
Because the mayor felt that it would be the mayor felt that it would go against our efforts to end the demonstration, to have a change of leadership midway through the demonstration.
And is it to avoid this motion that the council meeting on that was scheduled for the 14th was delayed until the 16th?
No, I believe it was delayed because OPS was planning a special meeting, and we wanted to be able to hold the council meeting after we had council members had a better and more comprehensive briefing from the OPS on what was unfolding.
Well, and so this sentiment
Sorry, there's another reason as well. On that day, we had not one additional iota of hope or information that we could give to the people of Ottawa in terms of efforts to end the demonstration in a collaborative fashion. And we hoped that waiting for the OPS meeting would provide us with more information on the plans that the OPS had to end the truck convoy demonstration as they had charge of the operation.
Okay. So, I want to take you then to OTT 17368. So if we can go down. Okay, so below this, there's a number of redactions. My understanding is because there's an exchange of legal advice, I'm not interested in what that says. But if we go up above these redactions, so, and I feel free to scroll down if you would like kind of to situate yourself. But if we just go down a little bit, Councillor Fleury emails you February 5th and asks you to speak to him about presumably whatever's discussed under. Do you recall that conversation?
I would have to say vaguely.
Okay. And I'd like to go up, I'll ask you about that, but if you go up, you forward this on to the mayor and say, is there anything at all out of this hot mess that can be salvaged? The city cannot implement a bylaw that would violate charter rights. We will liaise with clerk and legal on this. And then James Armbruster, which again is with your office, correct? Responds, why don't we just declare a state of emergency? So that the sense I'm getting is that there was other options being discussed, and I'm just wondering what those other options were.
My recollection of the motion, which I cannot refer to, is that Councillor Fleury was under a huge amount of personal and emotional stress in terms of the attacks, verbal and perceived risks against himself, his wife, and his family members. And he had put together a long list of things that he was hoping the city would do. An example of that is that we would ban certain posters and signs that demonstrators were using. I gave that practical example of I think that was an illustration of why I felt the motion was a hot mess, and there was very little in it that the city could use. James gave his own advice, having been involved in the pandemic response as early as on to Ottawa Public Health. He gave his own advice on a separate item. I don't recall if it was in Councillor Fleury's motion or not. But we ended up working with clerk and consulting them on what, if any, aspects of this motion could be salvaged, as we were trying to work collaboratively with him on his concerns.
Okay. And so instead, the mayor's declared that municipal emergency, which was mentioned as an option by James.
I don't think it was instead. I think it was one of the measures that was being contemplated. It wasn't an either or, a choice.
Just want to quickly, we expect to hear from Jason LaFace, a protester, that he had a call with the mayor, possibly someone at the mayor's office, shortly before the convoy's arrival, and that he would have promised to keep emergency lanes open. Are you aware of any call with anyone related to the convoy prior to their arrival?
I have no recollection of the mayor taking a call from a protester at all.
Nor anyone in the mayor's office?
No, I have no recollection of that.
OTT 20710. Let's go to the bottom of page 15. That's OTT, okay. Yes. So the bottom of page 15. Here it's the text on February 9th at 8:11 a.m. You were having a discussion, my understanding is, with Councillor Deans about postponing one of the motions she might have been bringing forward. But I'm interested in the statement you say in the last bubble there's a very significant chance we will still be into the demonstration in late February. I'm wondering what led you to make that assessment.
I would say desperation of context. We were seeing no progress at that point in time. It was not an informed opinion. It was a statement of, if all things remain equal, the lack of collaboration, the numbers of police officers not increasing significantly on the ground, I wrote, there's a very significant chance. It was just my opinion.
In your witness statement, you talk about the meeting that you and the mayor had with Councillor Deans on the morning of February 16th. The morning, later that day, she was removed from the OPSB. I'd like to go to OTT 8842. So this is a draft, well, it looks like a draft letter to me, open letter to the residents of Ottawa, why council acted to restore confidence in the Ottawa Police Services Board. You recognize this document?
I do.
Did you author this document?
I did.
And who generated the content of the document? Was it you or was it the mayor or collaboration?
Primarily, it would have been me.
Sorry.
Myself.
Yourself. And can you explain what its purpose was?
Its purpose was, as the mayor was no longer running, he'd announced on December 10th that he was not going to be a candidate for mayor in 2022. And we were concerned that the complexity of the governance issues that were facing the City of Ottawa and Council around the leadership of the OPSB would be lost in a barrage of election-style or electorally motivated accusations and counter-accusations, et cetera, et cetera. we wanted to prepare a more comprehensive overview of why the mayor supported this decision and the motion to change the leadership of the board. And at the end of the day, the mayor decided against issuing this open letter.
Okay. And why did he decide against it?
He felt that that the narrative was too meandering.
Okay.
It was too long. It was too complicated. It would just simply add fuel to the fire instead of help us move on with tackling the demonstration itself.
And so would you say that this letter captures your perspective on the reasons why Councillor Deans was removed from the OPSB?
No, it captures my office's and my team's perception of our liaison with council members in the hours after they had been informed that the OPSB had hired a third chief of police in 24 hours without informing council, which was a standard practice at the city. Never had a chief of police had been selected by the OPSB since pre-amalgamation Ottawa without council being advised that a selection process was underway. And so this reflects the dialogue that we had with members of council over the course of 24, 48 hours, both from the time that they found out that a chief of police was being named to the time that, 4 or 5 days later when it was a huge public debate around, why the person was removed. It's very controversial. And this was an attempt to provide the governance perspective from a high level.
Okay. So I think we already have your perspective on why that happened in your witness statement. We covered that during your interview, but I do have a few specific questions. If we can go to the top of page 2, and then I'm going to wrap up. Right. Sorry, let's go up a bit more. Okay. So you, well, I'm going to say you, but I understand that it's your office. At the same meeting, and you're referring, I take it, to an OPSB meeting on February 15th, the day prior, after Chief Slowly had resigned, correct?
Yes.
OPS board were asked to give the chair a mandate to negotiate a contractual arrangement with a firm located in Waterloo. Under this contractual arrangement, a consulting services firm would be asked to manage the OPS effectively February 21 or 22. And this is the part I'm interested in. No votes were taken and no authority was delegated that would allow the chair to finalize an arrangement. Board members believed that they had mandated the chair to undertake a search for an external chief of police. Board members insist on the fact that the board chair did not seek delegated authority to execute a contract for a new chief of police. How did you reach this assessment of kind of the lack of a mandate?
In individual discussions with board members who wanted to share their views on what was unfolding as they were being called by media outlets, criticized, etc.
So you had discussions with a number of other OPSB members who relayed this information to you about that meeting?
Correct.
And I'm raising this because I expect that Councillor Deans, who's testifying in a few days, may disagree with those statements. You yourself didn't have any direct insight into the workings of the board,
not.
And so you weren't privy to that meeting and exactly what mandate she was provided. Correct? Okay. I think my time is up, so I think those are all my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I think we deserve a short break. Well, I'll make it 15 minutes if that's agreeable, and we can come back at 5:20. And it looks like we're going to go quite a bit later, assuming the cross-examination goes as provided and assuming our witness is able to hold up.
And Commissioner.
So we should plan on staying till quite late. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you, merci. So the first up, I believe, are the Convoy organizers.
Good evening, sir.
Sir.
I'm Brendan Miller. I'm legal counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the entity that's representing the protesters who were here in January and February of 2022. I just have a few questions for you. I'm actually going to be quite quick. And first, thank you for your very detailed and forthright testimony already today. First question is just with respect to this agreement that had been set up between the protesters and truckers to relocate. I understand that the relocation was supposed to be of all vehicles from everywhere except Wellington. Is that correct?
No, it is not. The broad intent was to have vehicles leave the residential districts, and hence the priority was those districts south of Wellington, at the corner of Sussex and Rideau, and to a lesser extent, Coventry.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that it's our understanding, from our clients at least, that it was simply to be Wellington in the end. That was it. Does that change what you've just said at all, that that was the intention?
It doesn't, because I mentioned that there is great fluidity in our discussions with Mr. French around the notion that some could be relocating outside of Ottawa to separate areas, a farmer's field in Vankleek Hill off the 417, etc. So we had no idea where they were going, but we expected the vast majority to relocate north of Wellington, where we were told it would be an easier perimeter to manage.
Right. And I also understand then that the mayor's vision for how this would work out as well, and some of the protesters and truckers, was that all trucks, other than the ones on Wellington, would be moved out of town, and that the protesters would just shuttle in buses from their camps outside of town on a go forward.
We were told that was an option, and we don't know if we have no insight into whether or not the organizers were able to pull that off.
Right. And you agree, and from your statement, that it was the police that prevented the deal from being executed in the end, correct?
My opinion is that it is a broader context of circumstances, and that the invocation of the Act created a new legal framework around Parliament Hill in that red zone, and that the authorities decided to take a step back and see what was the impact of the invocation of the Act.
Right. But it's fair to say that Mr. Wilson, in your dealings with him, he never indicated to you that the protesters and truckers ever intended to renege on the deal.
That is correct.
Thank you. Those are my only questions, and have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, if I could call on the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arpin. Sir. My name is David Michikowski. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Mr. Arpin, you were involved, you told us, in the negotiations that led to an agreement with the Convoy, correct?
Yes.
And would it be accurate to characterize the protesters as a cobbled together group of disparate individuals and hard to know who's in charge? Would you agree with that characterization?
I think that's a fair assessment.
And if I can ask, please, that you turn up document OTT 355, please. And that was the exchange of emails that we previously saw.
Text messages, sorry.
That text messages, I apologize. In that text message exchange, I understand that you wanted to make it clear that you would not engage with the radical elements of the protest, correct?
That is correct.
And you understood that the Sussex and Rideau group would fit within that characterization of the radical elements.
It had been portrayed to us in briefings by OPS and the city as a very challenging group.
And I think actually the Sussex and Rideau group was characterized by you as a criminal element. You agree with that?
It is possible, yes. I have said that, yes.
And so even if the truckers moved, it would be unlikely to clear up the Rideau-Sussex intersection, correct?
It would make it easier for the combined police forces to address issues at other locations with a smaller perimeter and a smaller drain on resources in the Wellington perimeter.
But the Rideau-Sussex group seemed intent on staying, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. And that was the access point for the Rideau Centre, correct?
It had a significant bearing on the Rideau Centre, but there were multiple other access points to the Rideau Centre.
And the letter that was sent by Ms. Leach, I understand that she made it very clear that she did not, or her group, did not speak for all of the truckers, correct?
Yes.
And in particular, she said her group did not represent Farfada, the group at Rideau Sussex, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall that from her correspondence. We would have to pull it up, or else I'll have to say I don't remember that she said that.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
It's consistent with my recollection of my discussions with Dean French, who on numerous occasions told me, I don't speak for Pat King, I don't speak for XYZ, I'm here to try to get the broad majority of individuals to take part in this goodwill effort to remove trucks from the residential district and provide relief to residents.
And those other individuals like Pat King and the others were on social media at the time taking positions that were not necessarily consistent with the group that you were negotiating with, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, even the group that you were negotiating with that was headed by Tamara Litch, I believe that Ms. Litch had put out two apparently contradictory tweets on the day after the agreement, correct?
Correct. I believe she cleared up the misunderstanding, but yes, that's correct.
Right. So those appear to create some confusion as well as to how this deal or whether this deal was going to work, correct?
I don't have the information to corroborate that.
My understanding is you did not meet with the protesters directly, correct?
That's correct.
And so you talked about the PLT coming to meet with Mr. Kanellakis. And I take it you don't know whether those were OPP PLT or OPS PLT?
I know 100% certainty that they were OPS because the city manager debriefed with the mayor and myself.
And indicated that they were OPS? Or did he indicate that they were PLT?
He specifically pointed out that they were PLT from OPS.
Okay. And my understanding is that the genesis of that meeting was that the protesters were refusing to engage with the PLT and were instead asking to meet with the city instead. Is that your understanding?
I do not have a line of sight on the reason for the breakdown in communications between the truck convoy representatives and the OPS. I believe that will come out in due course.
Was it your understanding that that's how that meeting came about?
No, my understanding is that there had been a breakdown in communications and the PLT was reaching out with a certain degree of urgency to have the mayor and or the city manager engage with the demonstrators with a view to helping them reestablish a rapport of some kind.
And so when the PLT came to that meeting, to engage. They did not come to that meeting with an agreement in principle that they were simply asking to be ratified. What they were asking for was a meeting to help start or continue discussions. Is that right?
They sought a meeting, as the city manager told me, to help them reestablish a rapport between the city and the demonstrators, which had broken down. We were told the relationship had broken down completely and communication was non-existent.
Thank you. Could I ask you, please, sorry, the letter, we can call it up. It's documents OTT 6948, which is the letter from Ms. Leach to the mayor. Sorry, I've given you the letter from the mayor to Ms. Leach. It is 6964, I believe. I apologize. It's the same one.
That's the same letter.
I won't ask a third time because I don't want to strike out. But if
well, maybe the Commission Counsel can help you with the number.
I'm looking for I'll see if I can do it this way. The agreement, the letter from Ms. Leach referred to 400 trucks, correct?
I believe it did. I'd have to see it again.
Okay. Do you have that? Yeah, I'll get you. Just a sec. I'll just show you the.
Councillor, I believe I found the document.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. If you'd be good enough, please, to scroll down.
Sorry, if we could just read the number into the record.
So sorry, maybe I go back to the previous letter. Oh,
it's not there. Is
yeah,
it?
it's. I'm sorry, it's in the mayor's letter.
Okay.
So if we could go back to the previous one, I apologize.
Can you provide the number, Councillor?
Yes.
6964.
If you scroll down, yeah, on the second page, the second paragraph refers to the departure of the over 400 trucks from residential areas. And so the 400 trucks was the concern. It wasn't simply the vehicles that would move as well, but the real issue was those big trucks, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of moving the trucks, you'd agree with me that that was a very difficult task. And in fact, I think in a text message exchange with Ms. Deans, you suggested it would be like a Rubik's Cube to move
I did
those.
outline the perceived complexity that was being written about by various media outlets, and I agreed with that analysis. It was extremely complex.
Could we please have document OTT 20710? And if we go to page 13, I believe that what Ms. Deans suggested as the solution was, how about arresting the drivers, confiscating the keys, and have them driven out? And then if you be good enough to scroll down, or go to the next page, please. And so your description was, if you can pull that miracle off, matching drivers with keys, matching keys with vehicles, getting their cooperation to identify the first vehicle that needs to be removed on streets that are blockaded with trucks. I believe you'll have to start with the first vehicle, then the next, in that order. the logistical challenge of moving those trucks out is nothing short of a Rubik's Cube without their cooperation. The same applies if you start from the back, and it then goes on. I won't read the rest. That represented your views of how intractable the situation was, correct?
Yes, you raised the previous text without giving me an opportunity to comment on it. On the highly simplistic and shocking suggestion that we would simply arrest everyone and take their keys. That's why I responded with a slightly more nuanced advice to the chair.
And I think your point was it would be a very long operation without the collaboration of the individual big rig owners, correct?
Yes, which is why an agreement was necessary to secure that collaboration.
In that exchange that you had with Ms. Deans in her capacity as chair of the Ottawa Police Service Board, am I correct that another piece of advice you gave her was to minimize the number of OPSB board meetings because they suck up huge police resources?
I recall the context being one of the meetings appeared to be improvised, and they were contributing to a sense of demoralization within the general public. That was the context of that comment.
And so perhaps we could go to page 19, please. So what you said was, I would minimize the number of public board updates to maybe once a week as they suck up huge police resources and serve as a lightning rod to attack you, often for partisan reasons. Don't do it unless there is a clear and compelling need focused on major new developments. And so I take it you were aware of the concern about sucking up police resources in these meetings, correct?
Yes, and they shared that with us.
One of the people that you talked about having dealt with was Dean French and also Keith Wilson, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson was involved in negotiating on behalf of the truckers?
I don't know that.
I'm told, and we'll be seeing this through another witness later, but I'm told that Mr. Wilson described being on the ground on February 10th as negotiating in order to avoid a bloodbath. Would you agree with that characterization?
I don't have the information to comment on that.
At the end of the day, Mr. Arpin, you would agree with me that the combined forces of the OPP, the RCMP, and the OPS did an amazing job.
I do.
On clearing this up. Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. former Police Chief Slowly, counsel, please.
Thank you. I'm Tom Curry. Mr. Arpin, what were you've been the chief of staff for this mayor since 2010 when he was first elected, is that true?
Correct.
Prior to that, he was a minister of the provincial government, am I right?
Yes, he was.
Were you with him then?
I was not.
What were you doing before 2010? Did you have a background in, well, just tell us, please.
In a nutshell, I worked for Carleton University for 10 years in a community relations advancement fundraising function.
Okay.
And I served on various provincial political committees and organizations.
Understood. So, longtime resident of the city of Ottawa.
Correct.
Now, a couple of things, if I can. It was obvious to you and the mayor, I presume, by, you tell me the date, but by the first weekend of this protest, that you were dealing with something very different than what you had anticipated, right?
It was.
And was it also obvious to you that the resources that would be required to deal with the protest as it became an occupation far exceeded the resources available to the Ottawa Police Service.
I agree.
No one should ever imagine the opposite, and I presume no one ever did imagine the opposite.
I can't put myself in people's imagination, but I would concur with the depiction.
And the mayor, am I correct that the mayor always understood that what Chief Slowly had identified as the need in terms of resources, and you recall that he identified the number as, I think, 1,800 personnel, additional personnel. Am I correct that the mayor, in his conversations with you, endorsed that idea?
The mayor did not endorse the idea. He took it at face value because it came from the OPS being the chief of police, and they are in charge of the operation. They had the best knowledge on the resources required, and hence the mayor took the number and we inserted it in the letter. Understood. It was an action of trust.
Understood. Did he review it with any other members of the Ottawa Police Service?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And in the end, am I right that the number of personnel, additional personnel required to deal with the occupation, the ongoing occupation, was approximately 1,800 or maybe even higher, closer to 2,000?
I don't have the answer to that.
You do not know that?
It was a large number. I do not. It was not provided to us.
Okay. Now, a couple of things, if I can, just about the numbers of resources that were coming to Ottawa. We reviewed some of the messages that you were exchanging with your political counterparties provincially and federally, right?
Correct.
And I won't go back through it, but there was clearly an ongoing issue about whether the resources that had been represented as having been deployed here for the City of Ottawa's benefit had actually been deployed, right?
There's an ongoing discrepancy in the numbers.
And the numbers, so far as you are able to assist the Commissioner, the numbers that you knew were correct were the numbers that were on the, if I can put it this way, the Ottawa side of that discussion. Correct?
I had no way to independently corroborate those numbers, but those are the numbers that were given to us by the people who were managing the operation. Hence, we had to trust those numbers.
Yes, but more than that, I appreciate that. You were told some information and you took that information at face value, but of course you were also told the opposite by the political staff at the minister of this or the minister of that, right? You had other sources of information available to you, as I understood it, which I thought you said corroborated the idea that the resources that were actually here to be deployed were not the numbers of resources that had been represented. Isn't that true?
I've lost the original proposition.
Let me
apologize.
give it to you again. Or did you have it?
If the contention is that there is an ongoing discrepancy in what OPS was telling us, what the feds were telling us, and what the province was telling us, yes, that's my assessment.
Yes, but maybe put it this way, your conclusion was that what OPS was telling you was actually correct.
It felt closer to reality given the fact that we were walking the streets of Ottawa ourselves. We live here. You know, we're going down O'Connor, Bank, Metcalfe, et cetera. We're seeing no significant.
Right.
Social media are reporting on it. Media outlets are reporting on it. Community associations are hailing in saying, I've seen not an additional officer in the last 24 hours. We had anecdotal evidence coming in that suggested that the OPS assessment was closer to the fact at that point in time.
Understood. And that remained true, did it not, until the weekend, the last weekend, if I can put it that way, prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
The only thing I will say is that there is one point in time in which Minister Mendicino's office tells us that they are informing OPS of a sizable increase without providing specificity. And I conveyed to them, I thought that was good news if it was factual, and we asked them to convey it to OPS. My recollection is that there had been a small step up in resources.
Right. Not a large step up, a small step up.
Potentially, I recall 250, 300.
Right. No one in the Ottawa Police Service was going to mobilize a significant public order operation with an additional 250 on top of OPS, right?
I don't have the expertise to answer that, but it felt like a small number. It felt like they needed a bigger number to contain and manage it.
Right. And so by the time you get to assisting in the negotiation of a solution to remove vehicles from residential areas, there were no adequate resources, to your knowledge and to your observation, in this city to lead a public order operation, correct?
I agree with that, given the magnitude of the demonstration.
Right. And so you approach that issue, and just one quick thing about that, if I can. There was obviously, I think you may have used the word fluid, or maybe my friend used the word fluid. There was a certain degree of uncertainty about that operation of necessity, right?
I'm not sure what you want me to agree to, but the situation on the ground appeared extremely fluid.
You didn't know where the trucks were going at the time you negotiated the agreement. You knew they were leaving the residential area. Their final destination or final resting place was not documented initially, correct?
We understood completely that it was their aspiration to move into the parliamentary precinct.
Yes,
it was completely clear.
Yes, no, well, I understand that, but you also mentioned, didn't you, that they were going to something you called S-Jam, which is the Sir John A. Macdonald Highway?
I concur that we had no certainty until the truck actually moved and it landed somewhere.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
And you had, there's some, and I don't have the time to take you to the document, you were talking about renting farmland, right?
I wasn't. The group was talking about having access to farmland,
right?
Some kind of a private parking lot somewhere outside of Ottawa.
And so when Chief Slowly says that no one told him the final resting place of all of the trucks was in the red zone, you, from your own observation or dialogue with him directly, have no reason to disagree with that, correct?
The only thing I would disagree with is that it was said quite plainly in the meeting of February 13th at noon that we understood that the goodwill construct was that they would be primarily moving from the residential district south of Wellington to north of Wellington.
That was what the PLT team had wished?
No, that was the result of our ongoing discussion with Dean French.
And you were present in the meeting where that was discussed? Or is that the mayor and chief?
Not the PLT meeting, if that's what you mean.
Right. Now, a couple of other things, if I can, please. The Chief Slowly, when he was hired, you would not have been involved in that hiring, am I right?
That is correct.
You met him after he was hired?
Correct.
And you found him, I think you told the commissioner, you found him to, all of your dealings with him to be professional, and he was a good chief.
All of our dealings with him were professional, constructive, and the mayor had full confidence in him until the chief decided to leave his position.
Understood. And one of the things Chief Slowly was brought here to Ottawa to undertake was a change in the way policing was done in Ottawa, correct?
It was one of the stated goals of the board.
And that had to do with the circumstances of tension between racialized communities and police service?
Miscellaneous items that the board wanted to focus on, including, loss of confidence in certain communities.
Right. Racialized communities?
For example.
For example. Other terms have been used, equity-seeking communities, correct?
That's a fair depiction.
And the force had been the subject, I understand, of a gender bias human rights finding. Were you here at the time when that was made?
I don't think I was.
The mayor had spoken at the funeral of of a black man who had been, who died in police custody, charges had resulted? You recall that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall the specifics of that.
Abdirahman Abdi?
Abdirahman Abdi.
Were you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the case in its entirety.
Right. Very challenging time for the OPS and presumably for the mayor.
Yes, for the city.
Were you aware that the OPS had in 2017 been the subject of a survey conducted by the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion?
Yes.
And the results of that were considered to raise a number of serious issues for the OPS.
Organizational challenges that they had to overcome.
All of which led to the hope that in the case of Chief Slowly, positive change could be implemented.
It's a fair assessment.
Now, a couple of other things, if I can, please. Were you present when Chair Deans of obviously Police Services Board, Chair Deans, described that she had asked then Deputy Chief Steve Bell whether he would do anything differently than Chief Slowly was doing in the period up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Are you aware of that?
Or was I present at this specific dialogue? I'm aware that she said this.
Okay, good. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
And you're aware then you can tell the commissioner that what Deputy Chief Bell told the chair was that he would not do anything differently than what Chief Slowly was doing up until the time of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
My limited understanding of that exchange is that he indicated that he would not, in a nutshell, he would not undermine his chief. In other words, you're asking him while he's under someone's command if he would do something differently.
Who do you have that understanding from?
From our exchange with Chair Deans when she described it to us. It is her version of events that she claimed that this individual would not turn on his chief when given the opportunity to do so.
Well, it's a little different than that, isn't it, Mr. Orpen? Isn't it simply this, that she asked Deputy Chief Bell whether he would pursue a different strategy?
I have to say, I'm sorry, I wasn't in that conversation, so I don't know. It's just hearsay now.
Well, there's a lot of that around here, but that's fine. The point is that you were interested. How did it come to your attention? How do you even know about it?
Because she raised it with us.
Right, and the reason she did, isn't it? Because any suggestion from anyone that all of this should be laid at the feet of Chief Slowly, she regarded as unfair.
It is possible, but she did not make that inference to us.
But you agree with me, though, that it would be unfair to suggest that what occurred here should be laid at the feet of Chief Slowly?
To lay the totality of the blame on one individual, I think, would be completely unfair.
Right. Councillor McKenney, you know Councillor McKenney.
I do.
A very active member of your council.
Yes.
And I understand a candidate for mayor.
You know that as well as everyone else.
And she told the commissioner and told your council, you were probably present, that she felt Chief Slowly was being scapegoated. Were you there for that?
Yes, I was.
And it would be unfair, as you've suggested, for anyone to form the conclusion, in your opinion, that one person's command led to any of these outcomes, right?
I don't have enough information to comment on Councillor McKenney's allegation that the chief was scapegoated.
Okay.
It's a very personal and deeply held opinion.
The council at one time along the way, and I'm not going to get the date, but you might remember it, considered a motion to request the federal government to invoke the Emergencies Act. Do you recall that?
Council, it didn't, I don't think it made its way to council. There was a discussion around the possibility, and I think it was preempted by the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Well, you're thinking, maybe I can help your recollection. Do you recall that there was a motion brought? It did not advance because it was 7-7? Does this ring a bell?
I'd have to see it. I apologize.
Okay, I won't pull it up, but I'll, when the Emergencies Act was invoked, did you understand what additional powers were available to OPS members, OPP members, RCMP? Did you know what that meant?
The mayor and his team were briefed on it within
Emergencies Act. Chair Deans of the Police Services Board, until the issue arose of her seeking another outside police chief without what was considered to be the right authority, until that time, did Chair Deans enjoy the support of the mayor as chair of the Police Services Board?
We did not. The decision of council was not supported by an argument of lack of authority. It was supported by an argument of lack of moral authority. So can you restate the other point, please?
Yes, I'm not, I'll take moral authority if you want to make it moral authority. Is that the issue over which the mayor lost confidence in Chair Deans?
It is, because the chair told the mayor in a one-on-one conversation with people present that if he did not support the hiring of an external police chief in the midst of the occupation, that she would not sign the contract. And that led to the loss of confidence.
Right. Up until that time, should the commissioner understand that the mayor was confident in the composition of the Police Services Board?
Broadly speaking, we were working collaboratively to ensure, effective, competent liaison between the mayor's office and the board. As you can tell by the almost, every 5-10 minutes, there's something being exchanged, conveyed, of advice being given, even if it's not taken. But there was yes, the mayor still had confidence.
Right.
Up until that point.
And if I understood some of the text messages that you were exchanging with Councillor or Chair Deans, some of the council members had it in their minds that they should try to depose either the chair of the Police Services Board or the chief of police.
They were faced with the extraordinary outpouring of public anger and fear over the ongoing protracted demonstration, and hence they were responding by saying, we're not seeing progress, something has to change. That's how I interpret that.
Right. And you tried to dampen their enthusiasm for that because it was a matter they should stay out of, right?
When discussing it internally, we would talk about removing the chief of, fire services during a major, there's a fire, the house is burning, we're taking out people, and all of a sudden we take out the police, the chief of fire services during the emergency. The mayor felt it would not assist in the attainment of the goal of ending the demonstration to remove the chief during the truck convoy demonstration.
Particularly without the resources needed.
That's a fair statement.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next call on the Government of Canada.
I'm Andrea Gonzalez. I'm counsel for the Government of Canada, and I have just one short area of questioning for you. You have testified under questions from a couple of my friends as to some confusion at the time as to the number of RCMP resources that were deployed under OPS command, right?
Correct.
And in particular, there was a discrepancy, as you described it, between what the mayor's office was being told by OPS and Chief Slowly versus what you understood from federal officials, right?
That's correct.
Just to be clear, at the time, you were trying to get answers to make sense of information that on both sides you were receiving second or third hand, right?
Correct.
I think you said you had no direct line of sight into exactly what numbers were being provided or how they were being deployed.
That's fair.
And your evidence today is simply by way of explaining your questions, communications, actions, and frustrations at the time, right?
That's fair.
And to get clarity on the actual numbers beyond anecdotal observations, you'll agree with me that the Commission really needs to hear from the individuals who were involved, from the agencies who were involved.
Absolutely.
And that would also apply to any reasons for any delay or lag.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, the Ottawa Coalition.
Good evening now, Mr. Arpain. My name is Paul Champ. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. There's a few questions for you. The first thing I'd like to know, Mr. Arpain, is what were you told about why commercial trucks were allowed to enter downtown and park and get entrenched?
In our first briefing with the chief, as we were heading into, and city management, Steve Kay, etc., when the mayor challenged the assertion that the city had the authority to stop trucks from coming into the downtown core, the chief provided a very, very strong opinion that he had reviewed the matter internally, and he told the mayor that the OPS had determined that the charter rights would prevent the city from allowing the trucks to come in for this demonstration. Hence, the assumption was they had the right to come in.
Okay. And Mr. Appeng, you've given us testimony earlier today that the mayor and yourself had communications with people at the federal government level, ministers and their chiefs of staff, as well as at the provincial level in Solicitor Jones's office and Mr.
Could have a respectful and intelligent discussion with.
So in that first interaction, that first discussion with Mr. Canelakos, you and the mayor left it open that if Mr. Canelakos, after speaking with them, thought there was some constructive dialogue, that perhaps that was an avenue that could be explored at the mayor meeting.
Yes, and that he would report back, because my understanding is that the PLT team had opened the door to either the city manager or the mayor or both playing some kind of a role to try to reestablish this rapport.
Right. And then it was a day or two later that there was you had got the contact with Mr. Dean French, and then the negotiations moved forward. Is that fair?
Sorry, my understanding is that the city manager met with the group on February 8th for the first time. We were given feedback about that meeting the next day, probably 7, 8 a.m. And after that point, the next day, which would be February 10th, the mayor got a call from Mr. French saying, hey, I'm here to help. I'd like to help. And we believe that that was a credible call, and the mayor asked me to call him back, and the rest I've testified on.
So Mr. French called Mayor Watson directly?
Correct.
Had his number?
That's right.
And then that led to the negotiations, meetings with the protesters, but with Mr. Canelakos on behalf of the mayor.
No, I'm sorry, those are two separate tracks. I'm not aware of another meeting between the city manager and other parties until I had wrapped up the broad strokes of the agreement with Mr. French.
Right.
And then again, I was told by the city manager that the PLT team had made the suggestion that we would approach them as an opening proposition. We would approach them to see if they were prepared to remove trucks from the residential district as a show of good faith. We would never make that suggestion. If you can imagine the risk with which that was fraught,
Sure.
for an elected official to insert themselves when, the police operation was being directed by OPS. So we did not engage until we had a clear guidance from the city manager that he had his own meeting, and he thought that the representatives he met with were straight shooting and reliable to the best of his knowledge.
And you felt then that there was also a green light from the Ottawa Police for you to work with Mr. French to try to come up with a deal?
A green light's a very, very big word, because in our understanding of municipal governance, the police authority is still downstream from the civilian authority.
Mm-hmm.
So a suggestion was made to us that the communications had broken down, and not the other way around. The civilian authority is not downstream from the police authority in our country, and I think you know that. So we were asked to engage in a discussion with these groups, which normally we would never have engaged in had the PLT team not made that suggestion to the city manager. After that point, we were a residential district, but you can't talk about whether or not they're going to backfill it. There was not that level of detail, as you remember, because we were in a time of great crisis.
Right. So on February the 8th, the PLT says, maybe some contact or possible negotiations with the mayor would be a good idea. But then after that, you never had any direct communications with the PLT or the Ottawa Police on that matter?
Neither
correct?
before, during, nor after.
Right. And so when you worked out a deal with Mr. French, that was without any direct input or guidance from the Ottawa Police, correct?
That is correct. My input and guidance was from the city manager and his senior management team.
Right. And when you were coming up with Mayor Watson's letter to Ms. Leach, you in fact shared that with Mr. French so he could give you some input on what should be in it, correct?
No, I shared it with him so that they could understand what the ground rules would be for a potential agreement.
So you had time to share with Mr. French, but you did not have time to share it with Chief Soley or anyone with the Ottawa Police, correct?
The city manager was kept informed on a daily basis, was our conduit to the PLT team. He was kept informed of the ongoing discussion.
So you had time to share with Mr. French, but you did not have time to share with the Ottawa Police or Mr. Chief Soley,
I disagree with that.
But you didn't share it, correct?
I shared it with the city manager, who served on the 2 coordinating committees that worked with PLT and all other police forces.
And so you're saying that you directed Mr. Kanellakos to share it with the Ottawa Police?
No, I did not. It's not my job to direct him to share it. I shared it with the city manager. The city manager was in discussions with the PLT team based on their initial approach to him.
All right.
And that's why they met a second time on February.
And so when you're negotiating on the residential areas that they should be removed, what residential areas did you understand that the trucks would be moving from?
All.
And by all, what did you understand that to mean?
Every area where residents were being
south of Slater Street on Metcalf and south of Slater on Lyon, and that there needed to be an emergency lane on Kent, because up until then, there had been no emergency.
We had no involvement in that whatsoever.
So you had
no line of sight.
Right. So when you had your negotiations with Mr. French, is that what you're saying? Everywhere, every other location except for Wellington? On February the 16th, broadcasting showing on Kent that their trucks didn't seem to have moved 1 inch from that street. That was still the case.
I think that we have evidence that will corroborate that a number of trucks did leave the residential district. And
Well,
No, in fairness to her, she has other evidence. I'm sure she'll be supplying it or has supplied it.
so you were, I'll leave it at that. On the removal of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board, the council cannot remove a chief of police, correct? City council?
That is correct.
So when you were communicating with members removed, correct?
No, not all city councillors were removed. 2 chose to resign and 1 was removed.
Right. And it was the process started in the morning with a phone call with Mayor Watson and Ms. Deans and yourself, correct?
No, it started the day before when the if a chief of police was being hired, which could not be gleaned from the documents, it was not transparent. I asked if she felt it would be beneficial to give the mayor a heads up about that hiring, and she agreed to it. She asked us to call her office in the discussed that morning on the basis of the announcement that the chair had made the previous day. The mayor was highly, highly skeptical that the board of the OPSB might have hired, vetted, negotiated with, interviewed a new chief of police in a 1-hour meeting on February 15th. The mayor was so skeptical that he said, let's set up a call for the 16th, which I did. In the meantime, it is my job to anticipate any required motions that the mayor and members of council might need as a situation is emerging from a governance or any other perspective that creates risks for Ottawa residents, Ottawa. Happens all the time.
And Commissioner, I apologize. If I could just have 2 more minutes, it's getting to what are the key points for us here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Apan, it's true that Ms. Deans did not have Mayor Watson's phone number, correct? If she ever wanted to communicate with him, it had to be through you, correct?
It's entirely irrelevant.
Sir, it's not for you to determine what's irrelevant. It's for you to answer my question, sir. Did she not have his phone number when she wanted to communicate with him? It was through you, correct?
Which is the case for 99% of interactions between chairs and leaders and the mayor's office. That's how it works on almost every file.
Well, I'll ask Mayor Watson tomorrow about which city councillors have his phone number. But it's also the case Councillor McKenney does not have his phone number, cannot communicate with him directly, correct?
I don't know the answer to that. I've seen them exchange notes at various times.
Of Councillor McKenney's ward, harassment of her constituents, fires at every intersection, so forth. Did you discuss with Mayor Watson perhaps giving them a call to offer some moral support or any other assistance that Councillor McKenney may need? Because Councillor McKenney testified that they never heard once from the mayor throughout that. Did you discuss that issue with the mayor?
I did not.
So you don't know why the mayor, did you consider advising the mayor? It might be a good idea or a demonstration of leadership to reach out to Councillor McKenney, whose ward was experiencing this unprecedented occupation of their ward.
My understanding is that they did speak during the demonstration. You're saying they didn't.
Because you know, Mr. Arpan, there is a little bit of animosity between Mayor Watson and Councillor McKenney, correct?
That's a fact of life in politics, for sure.
It is indeed.
Some people have disagreements.
It is indeed.
We're not on the same team.
Not on the same team, that's fair. And similar with Ms. Deans, also a little bit of hostility, not on the same team, correct, sir?
I can't corroborate that because Chair Deans was Chair of Transit in the Mayor's first term, Chair of Community Protective Services in the second term, invited by the Mayor to chair the OPSB, which is an extremely complex, demanding file. She was given high-profile leadership roles in many governments. The leader and ministers disagree, but they still end up on the same team and work together. And they did so extremely well for many years.
Mr. Arpan, during the occupation of Ottawa for 3 weeks, were we not all on the same team?
Yes, absolutely. And Councillor, the Chair and the Mayor took part in numerous phone calls together, and the record will show that.
I'm not sure if Ms. Deans will testify that that's necessarily the case, but with Councillor McKenney, were we not all on the same team then as well?
Absolutely, 100%. The fact that they weren't on the same team politically, provincially, etc., in past history, had no bearing on how the mayor managed his involvement in the truck convoy, which is 24/7 carrying, 24/7 bringing the hurt home of residents from across the city and specifically in the affected zones. He did care about our city very, very much, and we saw it, we witnessed it in our office every single day.
But he knew better than the other councillors, that's why
I didn't say that.
Thank you. Okay, the next is the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom, and JCCF.
Good evening, Monsieur Arpin. My name is Rob Kittredge, and hopefully I'll be able to get in and out of here pretty quickly on a tangent that you haven't touched yet tonight. We haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to understand exactly what efforts were made by the city and by Ottawa Police to obtain towing services. And I don't mean the logistical problems of getting tow trucks in, but I mean just the refusal of towing services to honor their contracts and the difficulties trying to find once that was an issue, the difficulties trying to find towing services elsewhere. So I gather you were aware of this issue at the time?
I was.
Was the mayor's office involved in resolving these issues?
The mayor's office was involved in liaising with the city manager to get a better understanding of why multiple providers would not engage in this conflict.
And maybe I'll just let you tell me why multiple providers wouldn't engage in the conflict.
We were told by the city manager, by Kim Ayotte, etc., is that some feared for their equipment, some feared for their safety, some feared for the future long-term impact on their business with a very, very important segment of their income.
Right. But there were at least some tow truck operators operating during the protests. I mean, we know about, I think, something like 30 trucks being towed, or vehicles, I should say, being towed from the zone downtown. So that some tow truck providers were still working.
That has been reported.
Pardon me?
That has been reported.
Right. Are you aware of what efforts the city made to persuade its standing order contractors to honor their contracts?
I am not.
You're not. You're not aware of whether.
I know that they tried. That's my understanding of it. The city manager briefed the mayor on the attempts to try to get them to honor their contract.
Right. Are you aware of any whether they offered to cover any damage to towing vehicles? You're not.
I'm not.
Okay. So details are not within your personal knowledge.
They are actually. You can't imagine how many details we get to manage, but not this one.
Well,
the city manager had complete command of this issue and was working through that issue with his staff. My own involvement in that issue, I did raise it with the Premier's office, that we were having difficulty securing tow trucks. He told me he would relay it to MTO to try to see if they would be in a position to provide us with some tow trucks. Came back 24 hours later. The answer was no. It was a collaborative effort. People were making calls to different contacts.
And do you have any sense of how many people were approached? Like how many different service providers or how many different branches of government? No.
I do not.
All right. And are you aware of whether the city considered purchasing tow trucks?
I'm not.
You're not. All right. Well, in that case, I guess I'll just wrap up and let you get out of here as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is the National Police Federation.
Hi there. I'm appearing remotely.
Hi there.
Hi. I have good news for everybody. My questions have been canvassed by the previous witnesses, so I have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Thank you. To the point. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins, counsel for the city. The good news is most of my questions have also been canvassed. Mr. Alpay, one of the things you mentioned was evidence of that trucks had moved. So I just want to take you to some photos and have you identify them for the commissioner. So if we could bring up document OTT 000-30060. Perhaps while it's coming up, Mr. Alpin, can you explain what these photos are and who took them?
After the agreement had been concluded over the weekend of February 12th, we sought from the city manager's office through Kim Ayot, could he help us get an understanding of whether or not any trucks were being moved out of the residential precinct, because people who were not in the precinct were reporting on the issue. We had no way of finding out whether or not trucks were moving. And I asked Kim if there was a way to get that information in the morning. Obviously, there was a huge amount of pressure on the mayor, on all members of council, on the city writ large to get some progress. And by around 10, 11 o'clock, as we were having no success in getting any basic intel, I would ask Mr. Ayot, can you tell me how many trucks are moving? And he would say, well, 12 trucks have moved. And I said, well, only 12 trucks? Well, he said, I'm not sure. People are sending me text messages from the field. Okay, great. So we sent an employee of our office to take pictures that morning because there was just so much politics going around in relation to the removal of trucks. And these pictures will show that there are large swaths of the downtown core that were being cleared, and notwithstanding the Rubik's Cube that had been described, well, clearly they got truck A to move and truck B and C, D, E, F, G. And from what we could tell from photos from the media from before, there were 25, 30 trucks in this precinct. Mr. Ayot contacted me, I think, maybe around noon, saying, well, unfortunately, we only moved 40 trucks. And I said, well, from the photographic evidence, there seems to have been a lot more that were removed. And then he came back to me saying, I'm sorry, we're apparently the people doing the count were only counting big rigs. So the mid-sized delivery vans, the Canpar type vehicle, the small Duravan type vehicle was not being counted. That's all I can say. We had poor intel. He had poor intel. The mayor was being asked, being bombarded on media. This is failing. From what we could tell, from the amount of time that they had to move trucks, if someone was stopping it, it could not be discerned from what we were provided in terms of intel. There are other streets where we see, is this O'Connor? I think
that looks like Bank personally.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I'm not sure this is very useful if nobody knows, nobody can identify.
We do have a record of that.
The street.
There isn't.
If you could just let me finish, please.
Apologies.
I think what we would need is to know what time these pictures were taken, where they were taken from, what they depict, by someone who knows. I'm just trying to make sure that's what would be useful for the commission.
Mr. Arpin, can you provide further clarification for the commissioner on the timing of the pictures?
I believe that was provided to council when the pictures were provided on a street-by-street basis, time and location.
Yes, that's helped. But just in terms of if you can situate the commissioner, and I think what he's referring to is the metadata will in fact reveal the dates that these pictures were taken. I'm asking the witness to provide evidence to the commissioner on his knowledge as to when these pictures were taken.
Commissioner, is that acceptable?
Do you know when they were taken?
I do.
Yeah, no, we're trying to understand.
Absolutely. They were taken the morning of the Monday, roughly an hour and a half into, I would say around 10:45 to 11:15, the morning that the truck convoy representatives were expected to start honoring their commitment to start moving trucks. And we sent someone physically to take photos because we could not get a corroboration of how many trucks were being moved on a street-by-street basis. So if we can see another one, I think I'll recognize the street. And my impression is that, we provided the street names, Commissioner.
Can we scroll to the next photo, please? Can you identify where this is, Mr. Alpin?
I believe that that's O'Connor looking north to Parliament. We can see the parliamentary precinct. And my recollection is that that is Albert Street, where everyone knows where the National Bank is located. So we could see that there was some progress. We can't see south of Albert, where we're seeing there are no trucks left between Albert and Parliament, when the day before there were trucks side by side blocking that entire street. And so the contention that it failed, I just think is premature. We don't know. We can't say it failed because it unfolded over too short a period of time.
Can we look at the next photo, please? Can you
My
identify
understanding that is Bank north to, you can see the corner of the Confederation block on the left, upper left, and that is Bank, completely cleared of vehicles, and we can see a police vehicle now that is at the pylon, and that is showing no trucks from the corner of Meridian to Wellington. There are no trucks. There are no truck convoy trucks on that street in the morning of February 15th.
Next
I
page,
believe
please.
that's the right date.
Can you identify this photo, Mr. Alpay?
Metcalfe at Queen and Albert, looking north, there's not a single truck from the truck convoy between that street and Parliament. And
Next photo, please. Mr. Alpay, can you identify this location?
I'm sorry, I cannot, but I'm sure that that OPS can corroborate what street that is.
I think that's all the photos and all of my questions for you, Mr. Alpay. Thank you very much.
Okay, any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I just have a couple of short questions, Mr. Arbor. One is and I'm just trying to understand about the 400 trucks. Your understanding, if I just want to confirm, is that there were 400 trucks that would be moving pursuant to the agreement that you negotiated or that was negotiated?
Our understanding is that there were 400 between the various locations. The initial expectation and hope is that they would leave the most affected district, which is Somerset.
And they could all be accommodated, if need be, on Wellington?
The GM Kim Ayotte had shared that view that they could be.
The 400, okay. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is, you mentioned, I think you called it a temporary solution that you were negotiating between the 8th and the 13th. Was there a plan for a permanent solution at that time by the city?
There was not. We were completely realistic about the fact that this accomplished what PLT asked us to engage about, which was taking the temperature down, reestablishing a connection, and giving our residents some relief. Not a permanent solution, because obviously there would still be trucks in the core, but at least they would be outside of the residential district.
So there was no plan to resolve the problem?
There was, because concurrently, Commissioner, we were working with all levels of government to try to get more police officers to reinforce the OPS. And that had already started on February 7th. We had sent the letter to both the Premier and the Prime Minister asking for more resources. The next weekend, we worked in an interim fashion to try to provide some relief to residents, but the long-term plan was the truck convoy had to end.
And this lack of police resources, what was the plan if they didn't materialize? As I understand it, you had the discussions which we reviewed, but did you see anyone as being responsible for coming up with a solution?
I saw the three levels of government having to agree to partner together slightly more quickly. That was the solution. We needed a very, very strong influx of additional bodies. The perimeter to be managed was extraordinary, and you may recall that when OPS in conjunction with OPP and the RCMP in the week of February 16th, I believe, when we started to see the mobilization and the erection of a new perimeter that went all the way from Elgin, Wellington, all the way down to Catherine Street, all the way down to Bronson and north back up to Parliament. I think that's when we started to get a greater sense of the magnitude of the perimeter that would have to be controlled and defended to remove them and then ensure they don't come back into the core. And I believe that once the cooperation started, which the mayor sought and was thankful to both the province and the feds for engaging when they did, belatedly, everyone engaged belatedly and imperfectly, but the mayor does believe that bringing these resources together in massive numbers was required to end this very, very, very large demonstration that was now unruly.
So you use the term belatedly. What do you mean by that?
It took a lot of time for the parties to, I pointed out in my evidence that, we found out 10 days into the crisis that there is no alignment on the plan. Maybe this is a lesson to all parties that are we prepared for the next emergency, that we would be day one ready to go and work collaboratively. That's the mayor's only aspiration, that the people of Ottawa would not be put through this again, and it would take less time next time.
To work collaboratively.
Correct.
So you're, if I can try and summarize, you had no plan in that period 8 to 13th. No plan was possible in your view without collaboration, and collaboration was late in coming. Is that a fair summary?
It's a very, very, very summary, and may I respectfully add that I believe that, there's a lot of armchair quarterbacking, and in hindsight, I'll give one example. A member of council was tweeting, "No mass arrests." That was at the start. The chief of police was telling us the charter rights. He told the mayor has no authority to overrule the chief of police on police operations. He told the mayor the charter dictates that we allow this demonstration. Clearly, we have learned, everyone, the city, OPS, our partners have learned that the world of policing has changed. And this ended up being almost an immovable armada. It wasn't just individual trucks coming to Ottawa, it was the collective potential impact of all of those trucks, in the parliamentary precinct bleeding into the residential district that, made it so complex and unprecedented.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for coming to testify. It's very appreciated. We're all trying to get to those solutions. So that's, we'll end for today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:30. I want to thank council and in particular our interpreters and staff for staying late. That may be a regular event, but it still means they deserve thanks. Merci à tous et bonne soirée.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Commission est adjournée.